Say when. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for December 6, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, under God, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Get it right next time. That's right. I know. Okay, so let's go ahead with our public television announcement, Mr. Villalobos, and then followed with the roll call.
Thank you and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, while focusing San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. On CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
Thank you. And just as a reminder for today, just for those who are watching from home, just as for everybody, just like I did just now, just make sure that you're speaking directly into the mic. Otherwise, it can trail off a little bit.
So Secretary Wilson, can you render our agenda status report and then morph into the projection report?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regards to status of our agenda today, we have 3 items on the agenda. The first 2 items are telecom. The first one, I believe, was continued from a prior hearing. And then we do want to note that at 11:30 today, we have scheduled a recess for a Planning Commission holiday luncheon at Playa Azul on 914 Santa Barbara Street. Concluding that recess, we will return and take up the final item, which is a conditional use permit for a cannabis retail in the Los Alamos area. Moving on to the
Projection report.
projection report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at our projection report, our next hearing will be here in Santa Barbara next week on December 13th. That is to continue to discuss the agricultural enterprise ordinance. That's the only item on that agenda for next week. Again, that will be here in Santa Barbara. And that will be the last hearing of this year, and then we will move into next year, which our first hearing of next year is on January 10th, and that will be again here in Santa Barbara. The item on that is to consider ordinance amendments related to housing bill that have been passed by the state. And then after that, our next hearing will be January 31st, and that so far we only have one item on that, which is a capital improvement program comprehensive plan review conformity review that's been scheduled for January 31st. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have questions about the projection report? I have one, and it's on the January 10th item. I remember last year we had an excellent presentation from Dan Clemon summarizing the housing legislation for the year, which is kind of enormous in California these days. Is that this kind of a same subject?
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, to verbalize the head shakes, that is no. But the item is to actually follow up on that presentation and codify the changes that have been made through state housing law adoptions and bring that into the local ordinances. And so that item will be actual ordinance amendments to apply those to the local level.
It's right, things that we actually act on, isn't it then? Will we have that kind of a presentation this year, or not this year, next year? Will we need one? I don't know.
Mr. Chair, we'll coordinate with Long Range Planning Deputy Director and look at the different housing laws that have been coming or future and see if we will or need to provide a presentation to the commissioner on that topic.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Let's go on to public comment. This is for folks who want to comment on something that's not subject of our agenda today. I don't see any requests to speak that are for public comment in that regard. Do we have any, Mr. Villalobos, that are online or on the phone? Or
Mr. Chair, I believe our speakers online or for the standard agenda. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, then let's move on to Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Do we have any information reports from Planning Commissioners today? All right. Then let's move on to the Director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. That was quick. It usually takes a
Yes.
few more minutes to get to.
Well, we all want to hear about what happened to the housing element.
Oh, yes, yes.
Anybody vote for it? I hope so.
The vote was actually 3-2.
No kidding. Okay.
Yeah. The 4th district and the 2nd district voted against it. So we did adopt it. And it's going to we'll be submitting it to the state here shortly for the final determination of compliance. The state has 90 days to review it. My expectation is that they will not take 90 days because we didn't make any changes to the document. They accepted the change that the Planning Commission made, and they did not make any additional changes to the document. So it is essentially the same document that the state has already signed off on once. And allowing us to go to hearing.
And I've already asked this before, but I keep forgetting the answer. The conclusion of the period in which the builder's remedy is in effect, does that occur on our adoption of the housing element, or is it the rezones?
Right. So, Mr. Chair, and members of the commission, it occurs once the state determines that we're in compliance. So we have some additional time here between now and when the builder's remedy and all the other consequences come to conclusion.
Might I ask, in the most tactful way, I'm familiar with the 2nd District's position, because Commissioner Bradley expressed that very well at our last hearing on the housing element. I'm a little curious of 4th District position on the housing element. There's a way you can summarize that.
I guess I would say Supervisor Nelson felt like there were a lot of implementation items in the housing element, which are required by the state, that he felt were tying the hands of future boards, and he felt uncomfortable about that. That's what he expressed.
Okay. So anything else to report on your report?
What I will tell you is that the programmatic EIR that analyzes the rezones is going to be released in, I think, approximately 2 weeks for public review. We're going to add an additional week to the review timeline because of the holidays, so that people don't feel that they have sufficient time to be able to review the document. And then we will be coming back to the Planning Commission probably sometime in late March for hearings on those rezones. And we will have a few hearings on those at the PC, and then we will go to the board. And I do want to share that both the Balancing Act tools for North and South County are up on the Housing Element Update website. And those are the tools that allow you to simulate a housing plan that would be accepted by the state, or at least meet the RHNA allocation. And those are very helpful for the public and for the commissioners to look at, and it allows you to select sites that would be rezoned, and it demonstrates how a selection of a site reduces or helps to meet our RHNA allocation. There's a banner up top that has low, moderate, and above moderate income housing, and so you can pick sites, a variety of sites, and as soon as you get green across the banner, you've got a housing plan that meets the RHNA allocation. So it's a really interesting tool. I really think it's beneficial for decision makers and for the public and for staff, because you can analyze very quickly what mix of rezones will actually meet the RENA allocation and allows you to pick between sites. And I think it gives the public the opportunity to understand sort of what the decision makers are up against in terms of having to meet that RENA allocation. So we really encourage people to use it, and people can submit their housing plan that they identify that they think is either the least objectionable to them or their favorite, if you will. And that information will be then transmitted to the Board of Supervisors. So we can collect that data on the sites that people think should be prioritized for rezoning.
I have a question about using that tool.
Mhm.
I mean, I know that certain sites have been identified for potential rezone, but I also know we have some pending projects. With that balancing tool, can I plug in the pending projects too, or not?
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, the pending projects are on the map and they cannot be deselected. They are selected because they are submitted as pending projects, and so we have to count them.
So they are counted.
They're counted, yes. They are counted. And we continue to receive builder's remedy applications, so you know. And so as we receive them, the sites that were identified for rezones will then transition to a pending project. So
I've heard questions from planners for some of those projects that they might want to actually withdraw their builder's remedy. Is that something that's under discussion?
I've had those questions asked.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've had those questions asked, and it's really a decision for the applicant to make. They certainly can do that, and if they do that, then the color of that site will be changed.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it won't be changed. It'll still be a pending project, but it will not be a builder's remedy. It won't be identified with a BR. So you'll see on the maps that you have rezone sites, you have pending project sites, and then you have pending project sites BR, which is our builder's remedy application.
So if a member of the public that's playing with these balancing tools wants to maximize the balance of projects as much as possible across the different districts, they can at least look at pending projects as well in a district that might not have identified rezone sites.
That's correct.
That's a good thing.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Mike, please.
There you go.
Is that correct? So when it lights up red, it's go. Okay.
It's a little confusing.
All right. Get around. For either Chairman Parker or Director Plowman, what is the attraction in withdrawing a builder's remedy case?
You know, usually people talk to me about this stuff while I'm driving somewhere or doing something else, and then they're very upset and anxious. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem. And I can't even remember right now why they're, some of them feel that would be disadvantageous to be builder's remedy right now. But I can't remember what the reason is. In 5 minutes, I probably will.
Yeah, Commissioner Bridley through the chair. I think they've always had mixed feelings about submitting a builder's remedy project because they want to work cooperatively with the board and the county, and they feel that there's the potential for that relationship to be strained if there's a builder's remedy project attached to it. Most projects that I've seen come in, I would say, 90% of them have been what you might coin as builder's remedy friendly projects, because they're not the kind of thing we saw coming out of Santa Monica that were pretty extreme. We have seen a few that we think have some problems. In Isla Vista, we've seen a number of applications there, and there's one that's a number of stories, I think 7 stories. And they've got Coastal Act and LCP issues they're going to have to deal with, and we haven't quite figured out how that is all going to weave together yet. But I'd say most people are proposing projects that would fit within the context of the county's development concepts for these higher density projects, and would mirror our, we have design standards, right? We have our objective design standards that they all have to follow, except they can ask for some concessions, with respect to height and things like that.
And that does remind me that I think some of the projects that were both rezone site eligible, whatever that means, and that also were builder's remedy, they wanted to have the flexibility to have both tracks going. And they're at a point now where I think the word they've received is, if you're builder's remedy, you're going to be on that track. And this could affect things like CEQA. I had some belief that the PEIR might leave out the builder's remedies projects. I'm understanding it will include them. But I think that if you're a builder's remedy project, you still might have some CEQA exposure that the rezone ones won't have. And with CEQA and neighborhood groups and all that can last for years. And with these big projects, you can imagine the VMTs will be a big issue, and you get into adoptions of statements of overriding considerations, and how will that include the builder's remedy? It just gets more complicated. So it's something people are concerned about. Okay.
And let me see here. The board is going to be having a discussion in January. The CEO's office is working with the 3rd district and the 2nd district to bring forward the criteria
Good.
about that the board will want to consider when they're looking at sites for rezoning. So that they discussed that a little bit yesterday as well. So I think that's scheduled for January 9th. That will come forward, but I'll keep you apprised. And then the only other items are items that'll be in the future, but haven't even come to the Planning Commission yet, and that we have to finish the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and then the Environmental Justice Element will probably come in January to the Planning Commission. And I think that concludes my report for the day.
Well, very good.
I would like to welcome our new commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Mr. Reed.
Hasn't said much yet, but I think he's drinking it all in. He'll have his turn in just a few minutes. Okay, let's move on to the standard agenda. Will you read that into the record, Mr. Villalobos?
Happy to. The following is a hearing to consider the following appeals in compliance with Chapter 35182, Article 2. They are case number 23 APL 24 by appellant Ron Erickson to consider an appeal of the Planning and Development Director's decision to approve project case number 22 DVP 23 and 22 CDP 146. Case number 23 APL 26 by the appellant Verizon Wireless consider the applicant's appeal of the South Board of Architecture Review's preliminary design review denial of case number 19 BAR 222, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15303.
Do we have any site visits or ex parte contacts to disclose from the planning commissioners?
Not sure if it lights up, but I do.
Oh,
Does it light up for you still?
I can see it.
Okay. Because I can barely see it, so.
Just daydreaming.
Anyway, on October 17th, I had a telephone conference with, I think it was October 17th, with members of the applicant's team, Randall Hernandez and Chris Muller. And then I tried to speak with Mr. Muller yesterday, but we only had a few minutes. And then I probably had 2 or 3 conversations with one of the appellants, Sarah Erickson, over the last 3 months. Did 2 site visits, and that's it. And all those conversations were just about the case and alternatives analysis and history.
Anyone else? I will disclose that on December 1st, I had a Zoom or some other name for that kind of thing, conference with Randall Hernandez and other members of the Verizon team, including, I think it was Chris and Jeremy, but of course I forget last names. And that was very helpful to me. I've had a couple of, minor contacts with Mr. Hernandez otherwise by text and email, setting things up. And one text I thought had some substantive information in it, and had that copied today to go into the record, so you have it all in front of you. And then, since this is essentially a continuation of a matter that started, what was it, Commissioner Briley, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? It was still in my district then. Commissioner Briley and I spent a couple of hours with a large number of people touring the streets of Western Isla Vista, looking at poles and sites. And we had participation about 4 or 5 folks from Verizon and multiple neighbors. It was really important to me. I'll refer to it again later, but I thought I should disclose it. Okay. Let's move on to a statement from Ms. Kim. If
Thank
you're
you.
ready for that at this point in time. It's a good time to do it, or after the staff report, which would you prefer?
This is perfect. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
perfect. All right.
Commissioners, I wanted to just take a moment at the outset of the hearing today to talk about the legal framework that'll guide your decision today. So the Federal Telecommunications Act preserves local zoning authority over the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities, but it places several significant restrictions on that authority. And there's 2 I wanted to highlight for you today. Number 1, local governments cannot regulate facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions, or RF emissions, provided that the facility complies with FCC regulations. And then number 2, local governments cannot prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of wireless services. And the interpretation of what that phrase means has changed over time, but what currently applies is a broad definition that means materially limiting or inhibiting a provider's ability to engage in any of a variety of activities. So that includes filling a coverage gap, but it would also include things like densifying a wireless network, introducing new services, or otherwise improving existing wireless services. And finally, the Federal Telecommunications Act requires local governments to act on an application or request within a reasonable period of time. So for our purposes, for this permit today, that means 60 days from when the application was complete. That period of time has been extended several times by mutual agreement between the county and the applicant, but the current agreement expires on December 20th, 2023. So if no decision is reached by that deadline and the applicant does not voluntarily agree to enter into a new agreement, then the application will be deemed approved. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to have some legal questions on some related things, and I don't know whether they're worth handling now or perhaps later. One will be relating to the Board of Architectural Review and its scope of authority. I got a little confused on that in this case in reading the staff report. Maybe that's better to talk about after the staff report. What do you think?
I think that sounds good. I think the one thing I could maybe say at the outset is that this body is reviewing this de novo, and so you're not required to defer to the Board of Architectural Review's findings, but it is part of the record, and so something you may rely on in reaching your decision about whether there's substantial evidence to support your decision.
Right. Okay, we'll get into that later then. And we do have 2 appeals today, don't we, with different appellants?
That is correct.
Okay, well, I hope staff will make that real clear for us, or try to. You ready to go for your staff report? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Willow Brown. I will be presenting the appeals of Verizon Wireless at Camino Mallorca. Are we able to have thank you. The project is located in the right-of-way of Camino Mallorca, adjacent to 6897 Trigo Road in the Isla Vista area. Here's a site plan of the proposed project. This shows the location of the residence located at 6897 Trigo Road and the existing pole the facility is proposed to be located on. These are photo simulations of the proposed facility. The equipment is proposed to be located on an existing 44-foot wood utility pole and consists of an antenna, 2 radio units, and a Verizon fiber line. The attachments would not increase the height of the pole. I will now summarize the project's history. On August 28, 2020, the design review application at 6897 Trigo Road was conceptually reviewed by the SBAR, and the applicant was told to return for preliminary and final approval following approval from the Planning Commission. In October 2020, a conditional use permit application was submitted for the current location at 6897 Trigo Road. Between January 2021 and March 2021, the project was reviewed at several Planning Commission hearings, and the Commission directed the applicant to review other locations. The applicant wasn't able to locate at the alternative locations because one location was owned by the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District, and the district confirmed they would not entertain a project at this location. The Crown Castle facilities did not have room to co-locate without overloading the poles, and the last option was denied by the SBAR. Verizon appealed SBAR's denial. However, staff was unable to support that location as it did not meet the requirement to mount the facility on an existing operational pole. Following SBAR's denial, the applicant analyzed several other sites for the facility and ultimately revised the project proposal to go back to the original location. Since the time the original permit was submitted for, the ordinance was updated to require a director-level development plan for Tier 2 telecommunications facilities rather than a conditional use permit. On June 15, 2023, the director-level development plan and coastal development permit were approved by the director. The director's approval was appealed by an aggrieved party on June 20, 2023. On June 16, 2023, the design review application was denied by SBAR. The applicant appealed this denial on June 23, 2023. I will now go through the appeal issues listed by Ron Erickson, who appealed the director approval of the development plan and coastal development permit. The first appeal issue is that there are more aesthetically ideal locations to place the proposed wireless facility, and Verizon has abused the intent of the Federal Communication Commission, or FCC's, shot clock requirement. However, Verizon Wireless submitted an alternative analysis for 14 alternative sites in the vicinity. Each of these alternatives would either require a taller replacement pole for Verizon to locate on them, or on privately owned property, or already have equipment occupying the spaces required for a new small cell wireless facility. This project meets all requirements for telecommunications facilities in Article 2 and the Coastal Land Use Plan, including aesthetics policies. As previously discussed, Verizon pursued other sites and was not able to locate at those sites. Additionally, the county is subject to a 60-day shot clock to approve or deny the proposed small cell wireless project. The applicant has continued to work closely with the county to extend this shot clock as needed to continue processing of the application. The second appeal issue is that the proposed project is inconsistent with Coastal Plan Policy 4-4 because the new structure will not be in conformance with the scale and character of the existing community. Specifically, the appellant states that the current location is too close to where a permanent long-term resident resides and should be at least a street's distance away from residential homes. However, the facility will be installed on an existing wood utility pole and painted to match the pole, and will be consistent with the scale and character of other small cell wireless sites throughout the community. Additionally, as shown in the photo, the facility will be placed at a height of 29.8 feet out of direct eye line from passersby or adjacent residences. There is no regulation that requires that poles are at least a street's distance away from a residence, and the facility complies with all FCC regulations. The third appeal issue is that the facility is in very close proximity to another substantially visible facility, and there are concerns regarding health, aesthetics, and impacts on property values. However, the proposed antenna and associated equipment will not be substantially visible from public viewing areas since it will be located on an existing utility pole, will not increase the height of the pole, and the proposed equipment will be painted to blend in with the existing wood pole. Due to the project's design, the small size of the proposed equipment location on an existing utility pole, and use of non-reflective materials and colors, impacts to public views will be minimized. The facility will be a maximum of 25.87% of the FCC general population limits at adjacent buildings. Local jurisdictions are prohibited from setting their own limits or standards and from regulating telecommunications facilities on the basis of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with FCC regulations concerning such emissions. There is no evidence to substantiate the claim that the proposed small cell wireless facility will decrease property values. However, there are no policies within the comprehensive plan, including the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Goleta Community Plan, nor regulations within Article 2 regulating development based on impacts to property value. The fourth appeal issue is that the alternative analysis prepared by Verizon does not accurately justify why alternative locations are infeasible. However, as required by code, the applicant submitted an alternative analysis that analyzed 14 alternate locations in the vicinity of the proposed project. All of these locations were considered either infeasible due to other equipment occupying the space required to locate on the pole, or the location being on privately owned property rather than in a public right-of-way, or considered more intrusive due to the pole having to be replaced with a taller pole. I will now go through the appeal issues listed by Verizon Wireless, who appealed the BAR denial of the design review case. The first appeal issue is that the SBAR denial was inconsistent with the findings for all Board of Architectural Review applications, which do not grant the SBAR the authority to regulate the location of a small cell facility in the right-of-way in a designated urban area. The Planning Commission considers appeals de novo, and substantial evidence supports the proposed finding for approval of design review for the project. The project complies with all siting requirements and Article 2 regulations for small cell wireless facilities, such as setbacks, height limits, and compliance with the FCC standards. The second appeal issue is that the proposed facility complies with the applicable design findings and is in conformance with the scale and character of the existing community. The project is consistent with all design review findings included as Attachment A of the staff report. As previously stated, the project meets all policies and regulations regarding aesthetics. The third appeal issue is that SBAR's denial was inconsistent with California Public Utilities Code Section 7901, which grants telephone corporations a statewide right to place their equipment along any public right-of-way. The applicant states that while the county may exercise reasonable aesthetic discretion over right-of-way facilities, it cannot completely prohibit small cells in the right-of-way. Telephone corporations have the right to fill a gap in coverage. Verizon has demonstrated the gap with propagation maps and has provided an alternative analysis. The project has been reviewed for consistency with all requirements in Article 2 for telecommunications facilities, and it is compliant with all regulations. Under the Federal Telecommunications Act, the county may not regulate personal wireless facilities in a manner that constitutes an effective prohibition of service, which the FCC has interpreted to mean a material inhibition to the provision of wireless services. The proposed project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures. Staff recommends your commission deny the appeal, case number 23 APL 24, affirming the director's decision to approve the development plan and coastal development permit. Approve the appeal, case number 23 APL 26, reversing SBAR's decision to deny the design review case. Make the required findings for approval of the project. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval included as Attachment B of the staff report. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of staff? Commissioner Bradley.
First, a compliment. That was very, very good. This was a very complicated and long-term project. After the kinds of cases that we've heard in the last few months, I'm astounded that it's still this complicated for a cell site. But thank you for the good report. So a lot of opinions are hinging on this alternatives analysis, and I'm aware that Verizon did 14 different sites, and for one reason or another, none of those rose to a viability, thing for them. in staff's opinion, because you guys deal with this all the time, where does that number of alternative sites rest in the continuum of other applications like this? I mean, is that high? Is it low? Help me out.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, an alternatives analysis is an application requirement, or not an application, something we can request as part of an application, and we typically get 3 or 4 alternative sites, and so this is pretty robust compared to the majority we see.
Okay. And then the other question I had, and I think it was when I was talking to you, Ms. Brown, wasn't there even another chapter that didn't rise into the record where the applicant went to SBAR for a location on near an empty lot, and it didn't, I'm not sure why that wasn't in the record. You guys had a good reason, but can you explain that and just give me a narration of what happened?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, there was an SBAR application submitted at a vacant lot next to Camino Lindo for a new pole, and that was reviewed by SBAR and denied. And then there's a requirement for in Article 2 that they locate on an existing pole if that's feasible. And so Verizon chose to move forward with this location. And so they resubmitted this application.
So that SBAR action was partially an aesthetically based one, but then staff wasn't exactly supportive of it either because it didn't meet the code recommendations for co-locating.
That's correct.
Okay, and that appeal is not even in this history. That's just another effort that Verizon did trying, right?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, that was under the background information briefly talking about the different options that were suggested by the commission that Verizon reviewed.
Okay, thank you. I think that's probably all of my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for that presentation. In regards to your presentation, I wanted to make sure I was a bit confused. On page 7, you indicated there is no regulation regarding distance. But then on page 10, there's a citation as to regulations for small cell wireless facilities such as setbacks. Now, to me, maybe I'm just looking too much into it, but setbacks and distance, setbacks is like a distance regulation in my mind. So I just wanted to make sure setbacks is as to what?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, there's no setback requirements in a public right-of-way, but that is typically something we review with development applications. The only distance regulation would be to meet the FCC requirements with regards to radio frequency, which this application does.
So the public right-of-way is what's pictured in number 7, this road here, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, one thing I'll add is that in addition to there is one distance standard that I believe the FCC and maybe utility companies have, and that is regard to distance between the high voltage lines. So there has to be a certain distance between the facility itself and different lines. So that was part of this really robust alternative analysis that was completed by the applicant that kind of poked holes in a few of the different locations. And just to confirm, also, the site is located within the right-of-way. It is not on private property.
Yeah, I was going to ask about, typically you hear words about leasing and so forth when you have telecommunication sites come in, so.
Chair Park, if I could say one more thing about that. So I think this picture is really illustrative because, and I think Tricia Knight is going to talk about this, but when they're looking to co-locate, you see all these other wires and other equipment on there. They have distance requirements for safety reasons to put wireless equipment a certain distance from other lines. And so that is a distance requirement that they have.
And just for my edification, usually around poles, from my understanding, there's at least a circumference of a distance where, you know, people can work around the poles and so forth. Is that 6 feet or something of that sort?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, there is a regulation for, there's the general occupation limit and then, or general population and then the occupational limit under the FCC regulations. I'm not sure of the exact distance, but at the height proposed, it wouldn't meet it, and they limit the amount of time that they're working on the pole to not exceed that threshold.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I have some questions. Okay. You know, I'm going to make a disclosure myself here on this project. I am glad to donate any time that's necessary on projects in these matters, but I hate wasting my time. And here, that field trip that Commissioner Bradley and I took, that cost me about 5 hours total, coming down here and doing different things. And it seemed worthwhile. I'm frustrated that SBAR has denied a couple of sites, and this has happened after the Planning Commission took the matter up and tried to focus it. It's put a lot of work, and that makes me feel like my time was wasted. I'm a little frustrated by staff because I'm reading in a staff report that the Camino Lindo site, even though it was applied for by Verizon, staff has determined it wouldn't be appropriate, but that came after the SBAR decision. I'm thinking, you know, this is going in circles. And I'm disappointed with Verizon, and I told them on my Zoom call, I said, you know, if the Camino Lindo site was one you wanted, and it's one that frankly looked a little better when we went on our walking tour, then why didn't you appeal it? And so it could get in front of us instead of having SBAR make the final word, because I don't think SBAR has the final word over the Planning Commission. What good's our authority to handle appeals from SBAR if nobody appeals it? And I was informed at that Zoom conference by the very patient and courteous people at Verizon, I really do like dealing with them, that no, in fact, that they did appeal the Camino Lindo denial by SBAR, which was news to me. I checked carefully the appeal application by Verizon that's in front of us today, and it does refer to the Camino Lindo site. It is in the record. You have to dig for it. And it says that that appeal's under consideration in front of us today. And that's what Mr. Moeller told me, which is news to me because I didn't see it in the staff report. Then I submitted through an email to Mr. Villalobos, which is in the record, and it's in front of you folks, a text I received from Mr. Hernandez, and I'll just read the end of it. And this is kind of after I chewed them out for not appealing the Camino Lindo denial by SBAR. And he wrote, John, thanks for your time and attention. To clarify, Verizon Wireless appealed the SBAR denial of the new pole on Camino Lindo in February. This is one of the applications for which the shot clock for Planning Commission action has been extended to December 20 as per the tolling agreement. We are proceeding as planned on the Trigo Road location. I get that. And let me know if you have any questions. So a question I have, I don't see Mr. Hernandez, but I have the staff. Is the Camino Lindo appeal pending or not? What happened to it?
Chair Park, we don't have a development plan application at that location or a development plan appeal. We only have an appeal of SBAR, and we didn't bring that forward today because we only have the development plan appeal on Trigo. And so to approve that location, we have the SBAR appeal by an aggrieved party, and then, or the SBAR appeal by Verizon, and then the appeal of the development plan approval by an aggrieved party. So that's everything that's before you today.
Well, no, I understand what's in front of me today, because what's in front of me today is what you put in the staff report. But I'm trying to find out what happened to the Camino Lindo appeal by Verizon that they say they filed. Did they file one? It's not referred to in the staff report, but they say they did.
Right.
They say it's pending.
Mr. Chair, so an appeal of the Camino Lindo location was filed, and it was received, so it's pending. So the applicant, after conversations with staff, decided to adjust from that location to the current location, which was the original location that they applied for. So that is the application that we proceeded forward with. And as Willow described in the background section in the presentation, the ordinance had changed between the time that the project was originally reviewed by the Planning Commission. And so the land use entitlement pathway was changed from a conditional use permit, which would be by the Planning Commission as the decision maker, to a director level development plan. And so the applicant chose to proceed forward with a development plan approved by the director with the current location, not the Camino Lindo location. The justification for that was because staff indicated to them, as the director being the decision maker, that we would deny that location due to not being able to meet the requirements of Article 2 for placement, a co-location rather than being placed on a new pole. So the applicant chose at that time to proceed forward with the application that is before you today. So the application that is before you today does not include the Camino Lindo location.
And this is contrary to what Mr. Hernandez wrote me. But, and I'm not familiar with the term adjust as a verb in what we do, but in other words, they withdrew the appeal pending on Camino Lindo and decided to proceed with Trigo.
They have not withdrawn the appeal. It is still an appeal that is open, but it is a separate facility, a separate location. And so they would have to apply for a separate development plan in order for staff to evaluate that proposal.
And we have development plan approval by the director of the, we're calling it the Trigo location.
Correct.
We all got cross streets on these, so I could call it Camino Mallorca or Trigo. Let's call it Trigo, okay. And, but we don't have that for the Camino Lindo one, correct?
That is correct.
That's a difference. And this is a question that goes to sequence on these appeals, if there is a sequence. We can't approve the development plan appeal without considering whether there's been design review by the BAR, right? Isn't that one of the requirements, that there's a design review approval?
The standard process is for BAR to review and provide conceptual review of a project prior to sending the land use entitlement to the Planning Commission for review. That is correct, but they don't have to approve preliminary or final prior to the Planning Commission review.
Right, but for our purposes today, we need to consider the appeal by Verizon of the Trigo Road denial by BAR before we logically consider the appeal of the development plan approval. At least it seems so to me. Is that correct?
I'll just restate that, I think, to make sure I'm tracking. So what, Mr. Chair, you're recommending is that you evaluate the BAR's denial of the Trigo Road, the Trigo Road location first, and then review the director's approval of the same location at Trigo Road in that order.
It seems to make sense, because I don't see what good it does to consider the Erickson appeal and make a decision on that, and then have some contrary decision on the BAR appeal.
My recommendation would be to review the project as a whole. It is a de novo hearing, as Ms. Kim indicated, so you could review the entire project and its merits as staff has presented and make your determination for either or both appeals.
Okay, so now I'm going to switch some questions to Ms. Kim. You knew they were coming. Okay, first, the authority of BAR to address location as opposed to aesthetics of a given site. Can you address that? Is that within their authority? Verizon says they don't have it. I don't know. What do you think?
Mr. Chair, I'd have to pull up the BAR's finding, but they make the same 7 findings with respect to all the projects that come before them, and they typically have to do more with kind of color and whether something is designed in a way that fits in with the surrounding environment, and less about the location of a particular project.
You know, we have at least 2 instances here on the record, and maybe there's others, because I know there was a discussion of a Del Playa location, where the BAR has said that the location of the pole was inappropriate, to quote the staff report. And that's kind of tough when we're touring the neighborhood and picking sites, and then BAR afterwards says each time that one's been selected, it's inappropriate. So you don't know whether they have the authority for that or not, huh?
They're limited to the provisions in the code, which, let's see. Yeah, it would take me a moment to pull up their particular findings that they make, but I don't recall that.
I couldn't find minutes in the materials for BAR. And so I mean, I looked, but of course I'm looking at 3 months worth of things, and they go back to this date, to this date, to that date. And when I went to the staff report for September 26 or what, no, July something, it turned out to be a cannabis appeal that got misfiled. So I couldn't ultimately go through on our website to the original staff report. Do we have minutes of SBAR of why they're calling these poles inappropriate locations?
Mr. Chair,
It's not binding on me, but you know, it's like they considered it, and they're people who are better qualified than I am to address aesthetics, and I want to know what they have to say.
Mr. Chair, I was at the hearing in which they denied that application, and so there's a few things I could say. First, just to kind of set the stage, for each of these 14 alternative locations, it seems like as an identified location has been raised, there is always a group of individuals that has opposed each of those locations. So this was one of those locations in which the members of the community showed up and showed significant opposition to the location. So I think that SBAR takes that into account as they're reviewing the location. The second thing that I would note is that SBAR looked at how the new pole, it was a new pole, and it was proposed in a location that would silhouette against the ocean and the sky as seen from public right-of-way. And so that really, in their opinion, was beyond what they would be willing to approve and was not appropriate. And so that's why they said it was an inappropriate location for the proposed facility.
That's interesting, because one thing that Commissioner Briley and I saw is that when we had potential pole locations that were along a cross street, if you look past the pole, you might see a house or something like that. But when we were on Camino Mallorca, is that the one that is perpendicular to the ocean? I don't know what that is, but it's cute. And that as you look down that long view, I think it's Camino Mallorca. Is that the perpendicular one to the ocean, to the beach? Yeah. Then it's a beautiful view. You see several blocks down, and I think the poles are more visible there than, frankly, if they're cross streets. Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Park,
Yes,
will you give me another shot at answering your question?
I will, because I'm about to ask you a related one, and
Okay,
you
good.
could.
I found the provision in the CZO that talks about the design review findings. It's 35-213. And one of the findings talks about site layout, orientation, location, and sizes of all structures on a property. So that's something the Board of Architectural Review has to look at. I think typically there's no question about what the property is. It's kind of more about where the buildings are on that particular site. But that's sort of as close as you might get to giving the BAR authority to kind of look at location. They also look at the overall building shapes and different parts of the structure to see whether it's proportional to the others in the neighborhood.
So I have a related question. This code section that we've had referred to, but we haven't actually seen, that was apparently one reason not to go forward with the Camino Lindo site. And so I have 2 questions about it. One, I want to see it, okay? And I'm going to suggest every time we refer to a code section, in the staff report or anywhere else, put it in front of us, okay? I've been reading code sections for longer than most people in the room have been alive. And I started out every brief that I ever wrote, and that's by the thousands, by quoting the relevant law, the relevant statute, and it needs to be there, because I may interpret it differently than you do, and I want that right to see it. I want it today, so we'll take a break at some point so that somebody will get that in front of me, unless you have it right there. You got it right there. Can you highlight what we're supposed to look at here?
Through the chair, commissioners, so staff has pulled up the provision in Article 2 that essentially requires antennas to be mounted on an existing public utility pole or similar structure, or perhaps on the roof of a structure, and only if technical requirements dictate that that cannot be mounted on an existing pole would you then have authority to approve a project for a new pole.
And this is a quote from the code, right?
Yeah, it's Article 2.
And what is it defined as a technical requirement?
I don't,
Is refusal by SBAR to approve it a technical requirement? Or is a technical requirement something like there's a box 2 feet away and that's too close?
I don't know that the code defines technical requirements.
Okay. And do you have any recommendations on how I'm to interpret that?
I think you have discretion in interpreting that and determining whether in a given case you think that there is a prohibition on co-location. I think the ordinance clearly kind of prioritizes that as opposed to a lot of new poles, but I can imagine there might be certain circumstances where a new pole would be less impactful than co-location.
What I struggle to understand every time we look at something like this is that sometimes our code expresses preferences and priorities, and sometimes it expresses mandates. So I want to look at something like that and see, is it a mandate? It's kind of in between. Last question. You thought this would never end. When we looked at alternative sites, one of them that I recall very distinctly was the Fortuna Road site. And what I remember about it, probably Commissioner Briley remembers the same thing. It was odd. There was a basketball pole and hoop and lines right there in the street. But it seemed like a good spot because it was away from any homes and it was kind of up against the eucalyptus, but not right in them. And I think neighbors have pointed out that the need for new capacity is coming from all the expansion on the UCSB side. Isla Vista isn't changing. And maybe it's fair to put it over there. And then what we see in the site analysis is that the Park District didn't want to do it. And I want to know more about that. I want to know, did they not want to do it because it violates their mission statement? Do they not want to do it because no one offered to pay for it and rent the space, or what? Can anybody give me any information whatsoever on that? Sorry for sounding cranky, but I wanted to deed this over to the 2nd District, and it's come back and infected me again. So I want to make sure we get done with it once and for all.
Chair Park, I have the email from the Isla Vista Parks and Rec District. They said the area you circled is Isla Vista Rec and Park property. The basketball court is an active recreation feature, and a utility pole would restrict the use of this recreation feature.
Yeah, so they thought it would interfere. Okay, well, Verizon tried. All right, I have no further questions, and thank you for your patience. I'll make up for it for the holiday luncheon. We'll have a good time.
Chairman Park?
Yes.
Just because I, like you, love getting the code sections, and I just want to turn our attention to the fairly robust analysis in the staff report under 6.4. So she actually has all that quoted in the staff report. And I thought it was good. It's very thorough, and it matches what you would find online. So it's there for you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have, oh gosh, we've got 2 appeals. And I kind of talked myself into thinking that the BAR appeal is first. Do commissioners have a preference on which appeal they hear first? Because what's going to happen is we'll hear the appellant on one of the appeals next. You have,
I like your idea of doing the SBAR appeal first because that is foundational to the development plan findings. So I'm okay doing that. And we could fix it just by reversing the recommended actions in order if that is okay with council. So that would be my thought. I agree with you.
well, and it's your district. Does staff have any recommendation to the contrary? Or a recommendation at all is who we start with? Okay, so we will start with the appellant for the BAR appeal, which would be you, Ms. Knight, correct? I mean, you're not the appellant, but you're representing the appellant. Okay, fire away. Oh, and how much time will you need for your presentation? Do you
I
think?
am going to try to fill in just a few of the gaps that I see because the history was done so well. And I do want to go through each of the alternatives with pictures of them and to show you why they were discounted. I thought that might be helpful, but you know, I can stop at that point if you don't think it would be, but I think that it's included in attachment J in your staff report. So I don't know if you had a chance to go through and look at each one and the way it looks, but I thought that would be useful time spent here. So
So in answer to my question about how long do you expect?
I'm going to say that all the time that I can get. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the whole.
All the time you can get?
Yeah, so what is my time limit here?
Well, see, I could say you've got 3 minutes, so don't give me that answer.
I'll take, let's try with 15. How about that?
Why don't you take 15?
Take 15. Okay. And then Ms. Brown is going to help me a little bit. And also I do have Mr. Moeller from Verizon and Dwayne Bonham, the radio frequency engineer, remotely. So I've got my phone here just to see if they do want to speak to ask that they have the opportunity to do that. So I do have the presentation slides here that I'm going to go through, and we're also going to be toggling back and forth at a certain point between that alternative site analysis, which is that attachment in your staff report, and a table that you're going to see here that shows how each poll was analyzed. So we'll go ahead and start with the first slide. And next slide, please, Willow. There we go. So great job with the timeline. You know, we did start with October of 2019 actually submitting this application. And Commissioner Park, you did a really great job of making note of the fact that we had met with commissioners and neighbors on December of 2020. And we went through and identified quite a few different polls. We came back and actually submitted an application for that Fortuna Road next to the basketball court. And came back with the response from Parks and Rec #1, and also not realizing that it was not in the right-of-way. So therefore, it negates the path that we go down with these small cells. So we withdrew that application. Came back with Camino Lindo with a pre-application, trying to make sure we were going down the right path. And then, as you've already discussed, ended up with a denial by SBAR and discussed with staff to move back to this existing pole location as it made the most sense. Next slide, please. So you've seen what the project looks like. It's cylindrical antenna at a height of about 29 feet. It's 2 feet tall and 14 inches in diameter. And then slightly down further on the pole at about a height of 18 feet, you've got the radios concealed inside that shroud. There's limited sidewalk space at the base. That's why everything is located on the pole. Next slide. A little bit more detail if you wanted to get into the nitty gritty of the details, if you wanted various heights and things, but all the details there are just called out in a more site plan view. Next slide. This is where the service gap exists. So you'll see to the west, we have an existing site, Isla Vista, that is propagating out to a certain level, but the circle is the area in West Isla Vista that we're trying to cover. And it's providing two services. So actually filling in a gap as well as offloading exhaustion from that existing facility that becomes overwhelmed. And that becomes especially important in emergency situations. Next slide, please. So you can clearly see, if you did choose to approve this project today and it was constructed, that does fill that need for also offloading that capacity exhaustion from that existing facility, as well as strengthening the network in that area. And then next slide. This does, it's just what we call the capacity exhaustion graph that shows how it degrades as it goes out from that overwhelmed facility to the west. And then with the proposed coverage, you can see that it is able to take that traffic off and accommodate it. And then next slide. So this is just a snapshot of the alternatives considered, and they fall into those categories that you see: lack of pole space, taller pole required, violates that General Order 95 rule, which is separation from utility lines, which is 2 feet from telco lines and 6 feet from power lines, not in the right-of-way, or not less intrusive than the project that's before you. And so next slide is where you can see how each of them fall. This is where I'm going to go ahead and now open up the alternative site analysis and go through one by one with you. And so if we start here, the very first project there is the one before you. And then as you go down to, we'll just sort of go and we can toggle back and forth from the table. I'm just pulling up that table really quick. There we go. And so alternatives number 2 and number 3 that you'll see in the alternative site analysis are current existing facilities within the same area. So that is another carrier. I believe that's T-Mobile. And if you go down to the next slide, that I believe is AT&T. Yes, it calls that out. Southern California Edison does not allow co-location of multiple carriers on the same pole due to those restrictions for space. So the table rules those two out for that reason. And then we'll go down to number 4 in the alternative site analysis. This was a pole that was considered, and there's a map too, but anyway, it was considered, and there's a grove of eucalyptus trees there, and so the height of that pole would need to be a new pole, and would also, replacing of the short guy pole with a taller pole. So that was rolled out due to the fact that it would have to be so substantially taller for those trees. And then the next 3, which are 5, 6, and 7, were ruled out for those GO 95 rules. You can clearly see the existing lines are quite restrictive as to where we could locate. We've got an existing line coming into the street light here that we cannot impact. And then following down to number 7, same thing here. We've got streetlights and existing power lines, and we could replace with a taller pole potentially, but that's not less intrusive either. As we move down to Camino Lindo, number 8. So this was the standalone pole that was proposed at Camino Lindo, adjacent to that lot. The cylindrical antenna at the top, and then that same utility box down at the base of the pole, or closer to the base of the pole. And as you've already stated, this was denied by the SBAR due to what I remember was lack of neighborhood compatibility, is I believe what they had indicated. Yeah. And so now we're going down to number 9, which is the new pole on Fortuna Road that we talked about. There's that basketball court that Commissioner Park mentioned, and this is not in the right-of-way, and they thought that the development, in addition to that, before we knew it wasn't in the right-of-way, thought that it would impede the functionality of that court. Next, the appellant documents had asked us to look at the West Campus UCSB housing facility. It should be noted, and I can show on another map, there's this long grove of eucalyptus trees, but our goal with the coverage that you see is not UCSB faculty housing. It's all of that downtown residential areas in West Isla Vista that is overwhelmed by that existing facility that you saw to the west as well. So this was ruled out as it's not in the right-of-way as well. It's on private property, as well as we have that long grove of eucalyptus trees, and we're not covering this particular area as our primary goal. And then we're going to go, so as the appeal became clear on what we were asked to consider, we did a supplemental alternative site analysis that's included at the rear of yours that looks at the Fortuna Road Fortuna Road poles. There's an entire row of poles along Fortuna Road that we can look at one by one. And so let's start with number 11, and there it is. This one is not in the right-of-way, and so that was ruled out based on simply that, as well as the fact that as we looked at it a little closer, it is completely impacted, and even if it was in the right-of-way, would be restrictive in the separation from all of those existing infrastructure lines. And then we move on to 12, where we would need to replace it with a taller pole, therefore making it not less intrusive than what's before you. And moving down to 13, it's because of all those existing lines. Moving down, this would also require, because of those lines in the light, a replacement pole, therefore making it not less intrusive. And then the last one as well, number 14, falls into the same category. And it should also be noted that Verizon, right before Thanksgiving, went ahead and sent out a letter to all of the neighbors or all of the residents on Fortuna Road asking, just out of curiosity, what would you think of a similarly designed facility? Just seeing if there was going to be, where we seem to find opposition no matter where we move. And so, and I believe the appellant can speak to that as well, had reached out. And there was some that were against and some that were for. And so it, once again, not less intrusive or less likely to be opposed than the one that's before you now. And so that is summary of the alternates. Is there any specific questions you have about any one in particular, or any more detail I can go over, or does that give you a good snapshot?
It looks like you added the various sites we looked at in our long tour to this analysis.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
and I think you deserve credit for that. You have touched on some of the things I think you would talk about in opposition to the appeal against you on the development plan. I'm of a mind to follow Mr. Dargiel's suggestion. You can combine these for hearing purposes. Otherwise, we'll wind up with 2 full hearings today, which is not Santa's mood. So do you have anything else you would like to add? Because you've got time left.
Yeah.
On with regard to opposing the appeal against the development plan approval.
So with respect to that, like I said, we've been at this for quite some time with trying to get this desired coverage here. And no matter where we go, we're just hitting sort of the same wall. Like you said, we end up in this circular pattern. I am not trying to negate the appellant's concerns, but I believe that the project design meets all the criteria for not only the code requirements for the county, but FCC guidelines for health and safety. And so we believe this project stands alone on its merits as fitting within all the approvable boxes, checking all the boxes, if you will. So I believe that we're at the stage where we're looking forward to a decision to be made on this project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do we have questions?
We do.
Ms. Knight, did you have? Yes, Commissioner Cooney.
Ms. Knight, good morning.
Morning.
Very thorough presentation of a lot of history that I appreciate, as I hadn't been to the site since I was at UCSB, and that was longer than I can remember very much about. But I do have a question in terms of the various appeals. When I look at the Camino Lindo site, it looks like there's an objection because of SBAR's denial of the new pole. If that X was not there, in other words, if the Planning Commission were to say, we don't think that's a reason to deny the project, would that be a possibility for us to consider in lieu of the location that's before us now, or is that eliminated due to the fact that it's not less intrusive?
That's why we have the appeal held. I forgot to speak on that. Thank you for reminding me. That's why that appeal is sitting there, is because we need to see what happens with this project, so that if you choose to deny the project today, that we can go down that path with the development plan on something that, if this is not approvable, then we're going to go to the next. And so that's why that's sort of sitting there. We thought it was a well-designed project. The fact that you could, looking a certain direction, see the ocean in the background and the pole. I mean, I understand that, you know, it's silhouetted and there's ordinance requirements, and I know that's how staff and we agreed that this existing structure was much more approvable when it comes to ordinance compliance. But we were, you know, very happy because we were adjacent to a vacant lot, and it seemed like a good location at the time. So yes is the answer to your question. If the world were coded differently and it looked like it could comply with standards, then yes, we would pursue it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I have a question just
Yes.
on that train of thought. So in your terrific spreadsheet here, on the Camino Lindo site, you have new pole, but in the photos, we saw an existing pole.
That's just a photo sim. I'm sorry, that was confusing.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We superimpose,
I thought it was
photo sim. Yeah, so it's just a photo simulation of what it would look like.
Okay, and we heard from staff, and you were there at the meeting too, I assume, that residents came out against the Camino Lindo one, just like they did at Fortuna, everywhere. Whether it's you or staff, how do we know how many across the street from Camino Lindo, since that site's not occupied in?
I think about two. I think there was two. Yeah, two in
three?
opposition, I believe, that
Okay.
showed up at the hearing that day. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And that's an empty lot, correct?
That is currently, yes.
So if you put up a pole, whoever builds in the empty lot could take the pole's location into account as they locate their own residence or
Correct.
build things. Whereas at Trigo, you're putting on a pole where there's an existing residence with an existing human being
Existing
living there.
infrastructure, yeah. A utility on a utility.
Okay. Well, any other questions of Ms. Knight? We're going to get there. We're going to get done with it.
And any leftover time, I'd like to just respectfully request that I can maybe answer questions at the end or.
Oh, yeah,
if-
you'll
yeah,
have
okay.
rebuttal.
I'll be right here.
You'll have
Thank you very much.
Chair Park, I just wanted to clarify, in the SBAR minutes, there were 8 letters received regarding the Camino Lindo location and 3 speakers.
Which reminds me of something, and Ms. Knight's there, and she's smiling still. So I recall a suggestion I made 3 years ago, because we heard, Commissioner Bridley and I did, as we walked around, that there's demand for more sites than just this one. There's quite a few more in that kind of, what would we call it, West Isla Vista? Would it be West Goleta too? And it's created by a number of things. Expansion of housing on UCSB sites to the west of Isla Vista, further development of commercial things on Hollister. We had a very interesting project we approved. I can't remember the name of it. Was it Coastal something? It's kind of the modern looking homes. Can you remember the name? Anyway, it was Jack Timer's project. Anyway, and so those will all create a lot of demand. And then, gosh, we'll be looking at rezones. And so out there in Goleta, you're going to have a lot more work to be doing. Maybe that's good for you, Ms. Knight, but Verizon's going to have to do a lot more work to expand. And I expressed the suggestion that we should look at it as a whole, have a strategy, because it bothers me that we take years to deal with one pole site. And I don't really like the word NIMBY, but it's kind of like that. You're gonna have arguments against every single pole site. And if we could have a overall plan from Verizon of what you need, it's something we could get across to our public. Look, we got to have it somewhere, and what are the best places? So there you are.
That is well received, and as you can tell, I believe our obstacle, unfortunately, when we get is SBAR, they are, constantly steering us in a direction and then not liking that direction. So, it's an imperfect system that we're still working through. So,
yeah, I get it. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair Park, I did have another question. And
Sure, you go ahead.
On your service gap maps, can we flip back to that?
absolutely.
When I read some of the technical description of these things, I pretty much go cross-eyed. So can you kind of, in layman's terms, explain this? The improved service map is where you start. The slide before this one.
I am going to defer to my engineer who is on right now. He's just a much better tool with respect to describing exactly what you're looking at, and also the propagation maps and why they are looking the way they do. Is it appropriate to go ahead and have him
Sure, but you
answer
can
that?
answer one really
Sure, of course.
basic question. Okay, the one in the blue circle, that's the proposed site, right? And the other
Correct.
one from which you want to offload, that's the
Yes.
symbol to the right of the map, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Is
And
that,
actually, this is the question.
okay?
More green on the map is better coverage for you. That's my question.
Oh, okay.
Do
Okay,
you-
that's,
I can answer that.
Do you need the engineer to speak?
I don't
Commissioner
think so.
Bradley? Then let's not.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we'll let you sit down, but you will have rebuttal time.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay, then let's call on the other appellant. Okay, and you're ready to go? The appellant on the other matter? No, yes?
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
I'm here
Here's
virtually.
Where? Okay, good.
Can you see me? I don't know if you, where you guys get to see the virtual attendees.
Well, I don't see you, but you must be somewhere. So, whether we can see you or not, we can hear you. So
Okay,
why don't you
fantastic.
Why don't you take 15 minutes, and an advisory guideline is the time you'll take. And if
Okay.
you really got more material and you're pushing it, we'll adjust. And what you'll do is present your appeal, but I'd like you in the same session, just as Ms. Knight did. She kind of handled both appeals, both why she's appealing the BAR thing, but why she's opposing your appeal. You do the reverse in a sense. You state the reasons for your appeal, okay? But if you have opposition to the appeal of the BAR decision of Trigo Road by Verizon, please express that as well within your time period, okay?
That sounds good. And I'm here with my father, Ron Erickson. You want to pop into the screen real quick? Here he is. And yeah, I am an affordable housing developer and have a very, very busy schedule, and so could not make it in person. And my father is ill and wasn't able to. He's not able to get out and be there in person. So I'm ready to start the presentation. If you guys want to pull up my slides, please.
Okay.
All right. Hello, planning commissioners. My name is Sarah Erickson, and as I said, I'm here with my father, Ron Erickson, and we represent over 20 long-term community members on the west end of Isla Vista who oppose a wireless facility being placed directly adjacent to our residential properties on very small lots. This definitely is not a waste of our time to voice our concerns and needs. We are not anti-5G. In fact, we are Verizon customers, as are many of our neighbors. And we have reliable cell phone reception and service currently with Verizon. This facility would be the third within a block's distance. We want Verizon to choose a less intrusive location than the one proposed. There are multiple alternative locations that are viable and less intrusive. Next slide, please. I was raised in the house at 6897 Trigo Road, the current proposed location, and Ron still lives here. Since he is retired and has health conditions, he spends the majority of his time at home, and I visit him several times a week to help him. We have known many of the other long-term residents for decades as we watched each other's families raise their kids in this neighborhood. Our community has continued to express our concerns and needs about these facilities being placed too close to our windows and living spaces. The City of Santa Barbara has a telecom ordinance, which gives the planning department the power to turn down applications. Many cities and counties have minimum setbacks from residential windows. 25 is the minimum setback in City of Santa Barbara, and this location is less than that. It would be closer to my dad's window than it's less than 25 feet. Fire hazards and decreased property values are a concern, as well as aesthetics and unknown health hazards. The picture here is a eucalyptus branch that fell on a utility line and pole, which is really common. So that speaks to the fire hazard concerns we have. Next slide, please. The first Verizon application in our community was submitted over 4 years ago at the same location and was rejected. Since then, there have been multiple public meetings with several different locations proposed, as has been mentioned already. Everyone in our community was shocked to learn that the planners recommended that Verizon submit an application again at this originally rejected location. If a location at a vacant lot was rejected, why would anyone think it's acceptable to put a facility less than 25 feet from where someone with chronic health issues resides on a regular basis?
stop her.
Why don't you stop for a moment, because about your last minute has gotten garbled.
Oh, Can you hear me?
We can now. What, can you go back about a minute? You're talking about, I think, people were shocked in the community and
Okay.
something
Thank
like
you.
that.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, everyone was shocked to learn that the planners recommended that Verizon submit an application again at this originally rejected location. If a location at a vacant lot, the one over on Camino Lindo, was rejected, why would anyone think it is acceptable to put a facility less than 25 feet from where someone with chronic health issues resides on a regular basis? It feels very insensitive and disrespectful to our community. It feels like Verizon is using the ticking time shot clock to put pressure on the county to get any location approved. And it has felt that the only people in power who seem to care have been at the Architectural Review Board. John Park, you've asked some very thoughtful questions, and I'm really, really appreciative that you are spending the time. Our request does not seem unreasonable. Choose a location that is a street distance away from a residential property. Next slide, please. The term less intrusive is used throughout the Verizon studies of alternate locations. It is used with very little substantive justification as to why other locations can't be used. Who gets to define what is less intrusive? Do the people that live in this community have a say in it? The term is not a legally defined term and is subjective. There are 6 alternative locations in Verizon's report that most everyone in this community will support because they are not directly adjacent to a residential parcel. If you read Verizon's reports, I think any reasonable person would agree that many of the alternative locations do not have robust justifications, and the reports do not definitively prove that the current proposed location is the only location. Next slide, please. We think the current location is most intrusive. On the left side, this is a better picture than the ones that you guys have seen. It really shows how close it is to my dad's bedroom. That windows on the left, that's where my dad resides, spends the majority of his time resting. And as I mentioned before, the edge of the antenna will be less than 25 feet from my dad's windows. If you look at the plan, I think it's 27 feet in total from the pole to the window. And then the antenna sticks out towards my dad's window. It looks like about 6+ feet. Would you, any of you, want one of these facilities right outside your bedroom? If you were buying a property, it's not really like, there are studies that prove that there's a deduction in property value, and it's kind of a no-brainer. Like if you had the choice and you look at those facilities, you wouldn't want one directly outside your window. If approved, it would be as if the cell facility were inside our homes. If the facility were to be placed at the other side of Ron's house in the bathroom downstairs, the facility would actually be further away from Ron's bedroom than this pole. That is why we want a location at least a street distance away. Ron is stage 4 cancer and has been on dialysis for over 10 years with a compromised immune system. If these facilities emit radiation at such high frequencies that they are a fire hazard, if they are placed in close proximity to a tree, which is why Verizon has said they can't use the pole across the street by the eucalyptus trees, which we support, well, that's kind of disconcerting and stress-inducing to have it so very close to someone's bedroom. Next slide, please. This is a very substantially visible facility that's a block away from the proposed location. It has parts that are painted brown, but it is clearly an eyesore and sticks out like a sore thumb. Next slide, please. This facility is installed less than a half a block away from the current location. Not quite as hideous, I think, as the other one, but it's clearly visible, large, with various pieces of equipment, which not all blend in with the wood pole. Even though parts are brown, it also sticks out like a sore thumb. Next slide, please. The next several slides list some of the coastal zoning ordinances that we do not think are being met if this facility is approved. The staff report indicates the facility will be 2.3 cubic feet but this section that's being referenced indicates it can't be more than 1 cubic feet in volume. The facilities are also not supposed to be clustered nor substantially visible. Next slide, please. Public viewing areas include public roads, trails, and recreational areas, and these facilities shouldn't be substantially visible from these types of areas. I want to share with you some info about the character of our existing community. For many decades, our community has felt that planners have truly treated Isla Vista as a dumping ground, and we get written off because so many students also live here, and since they don't stay for long, then it doesn't really matter what kind of development happens. However, thankfully, there's been a great preservation by the Ivy Parks District, UCSB, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We love our community and feel fortunate to be smack dab in between several preserves, parks, open spaces, bluff tops, the beach, a reserve, and the largest protected marine area in our region. Next slide, please. Here's a map of all the parks and open spaces managed by Ivy Parks District. And within just a couple blocks, we have 6 different parks and open spaces. That's over 28 acres of open space preserved. So our Camino Majorca, I think John Park, you had mentioned, it's beautiful when you look down that way. We're like pathway to multiple recreation areas and reserves. Next slide, please. Just 2 blocks away leads you to the staircase and the beach with one of the best sunset and surf spots. The entire ocean along Ivy is a protected marine area. Next slide, please. On this aerial on the far right is Camino Majorca, and you can see the open space by the ocean, which has a path to the Coal Oil Point Reserve managed by UCSB, and it's really beautiful. Next slide, please. These are all alternative locations we support that are listed in the Verizon reports, which either have inaccuracies or insufficient justifications as to why they are not less intrusive. The justifications for rejecting locations number 12 and 14 on Fortuna Road don't make sense. The report states that a replacement pole would be required at a height of between 41 and 44 feet at these locations. And while that is taller than the existing pole, that's 39 feet, the replacement pole that's proposed at our site is 44 feet. So why is a 41 to 44 foot pole on Fortuna not less intrusive? We think it's less intrusive to put it over on Fortuna, a block away from a home. And Mr. John Park, the email Willow read from Ivy Parks District, that only addresses location number 9, which is in the middle of the street by the basketball court, which of course they were gonna say interferes with the recreation. It's like literally in the middle of the street. But that email does not address location number 11, which is the one that you thought would be good. And we agree that that would be a very ideal location. It's right by UCSB faculty housing, doesn't interfere with recreational use. So the alternative analysis inaccurately states that Ivy Parks has rejected that, but that's actually not true. That location has not been discussed with Ivy Parks. And I've talked to the board member, and that email, you can ask for it. It's before the supplemental location was even proposed. And next slide, please. An abuse of discretion is defined as a plain error, discretion exercised to an end not justified by the evidence, a judgment that is clearly against the logic and effects of the facts as found. According to the ordinance, it appears planners and the Planning Commission can ask Verizon to show evidence of dropped calls. Propagation maps are not accurate and do not demonstrate gaps in coverage. Ron and I have never had a dropped call in all the years of using Verizon cell service in this neighborhood. There are parts of Goleta and Santa Barbara where we do have bad signal strength, but west end of Ivy is not one of them. I just tested it out with my dad 2 days ago. We walked all over UCSB faculty housing even. We had 3 to 4 bars of 5G in one section. One of the ordinances states that a list of other nearby telecommunication facilities should be provided with the application. This did not happen. I asked the planners to provide one and was told that they don't track these facilities. They don't track where they're located. That was really surprising to me. There are likely to be many more applications, and given that they can't be clustered or within certain proximity of each other, I would really like to see a list created and provided. Next slide, please. There are errors in the reports by Verizon that should be corrected, and the staff report. And I don't think this should be approved as is, or they appear to be in violation of ordinances. Please don't approve a 14-foot diameter antenna to be installed. That's what it says. Also, the CEQA exemption is only for a limited number of new small facilities. And this is number 3 that I know of. I didn't know there was a proposal for Duplaya. It's number 3 in a block. It seems like a lot for just one block. So I'm questioning the CEQA exemption. And another perceived abuse of discretion I do want to call out is how it has felt that the planners have given preferential treatment to Verizon. That seems unfair and inappropriate. And if you read this slide, there's a variety of things that have occurred, which have felt very unfair. Next slide, please. I already mentioned how our community is questioning the true need and who is the target audience. If the FCC didn't require these be built in a public right of way, I can say that unanimously everyone in the community would prefer that Verizon work with UCSB for a license agreement. Another question that has come up is if the device is actually going to be used for home broadband internet. And that is the true motivation rather than enhancing cell service. An attorney, Campanelli, who fights these, brought that up with me. And what measures are in place to ensure Verizon doesn't modify the equipment? Is there any accountability? If this facility is to be used for broadband internet, does that impact the decision-making process? I've been told the FCC won't allow these facilities to be used for that, but Verizon has 5G home internet, and it seems like that's actually one of the motivations that they've been using. All the self-providers have been doing with these facilities. Next slide, please. To end the presentation, there are multiple locations that would be less intrusive to our community. The pictures on the left are on UCSB property where there's plenty of room away from a house to install a pole, or there's those light fixtures. And the picture on the right is a pole by the eucalyptus trees, which we would support. Next slide and the last slide, please. These are the 4 locations on Fortuna Road that we would support. They're across the street from houses. Verizon will have the support of the majority, nearly everyone, if you choose a location not directly adjacent to a residential lot. The community has united over supporting any location a street distance away, even if it is across the street from my dad's house. Thank you for your time.
Okay, you'll have some rebuttal as well. Let's go ahead with a public comment.
Well, do we have questions?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. Questions of Ms. Erickson?
Costing them a lot of us.
Push your bar. There you go.
That's right. Red is go. Oh, I'm gonna have to put a little post-it here. Ms. Erickson, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so I just had a question on your presentation. On I think it's your slides 6 and 7. You had examples. The title is violation of Article 2, and you had an example of a wireless facility in Pasado, and then another one on the next page on slide 7 in Camino America, 135 feet. Were either one of these one of the alternative sites in Verizon's thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And one of my questions that I talked to planners and they couldn't answer a lot of my questions is about how Verizon chooses to like where they place on the pole, because it looks like just on those 2 poles that they're placing them at different locations. So I know that Verizon's talked about poles being impacted, but I wonder, what requirements they have. These facilities are huge, so I can see that you can't really. I don't know if they can share facilities. Is that a possibility? But they're so enormous that I don't think you can put more than one on a pole.
Okay, I guess I'm just wanting to know, the purpose of including these in here is that these already exist and they might be more suitable alternatives. Was that the point you were making by including
The
them?
point that I was making is that they're substantially visible, and so that's my point, is that they're out of character and scale, they're substantially visible, and there's ordinances that say that they cannot be substantially visible.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right. Now we'll go ahead with public comment. And I've got 2 speaker slips for people in the room, so we'll go with you first. Mr. Villalobos, do we have other people?
I have at least one hand raised on
Okay.
line.
Well, we've got Katie Mickey and Ronald Buckley, and you both show the same address, so you probably are compatible with each other in some way. So why don't you pick which one comes up first? Looks like you, Katie.
I'm sorry, can you hit that the bar on the...
Looks like a big space bar.
Right.
There. No, hit it again.
Nikki, and I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute, and for the last 3 years, vice president of Safe Technology for Santa Barbara County. And I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposed facility on Trigo Road. We have previously been part of the site visit that you mentioned, and one thing that I want to bring to your attention is that we've heard clearly from our appellant, Sarah, that the community is not experiencing a gap in coverage, and that the propagation maps are not necessarily giving us clear information about whether a gap in coverage actually exists. In our work with Safe Technology for Santa Barbara, we consulted with Andrew Campanelli, who she mentions. He's the national expert in how to create ordinances that will make it, that will not allow the unnecessary and irresponsible placement of these towers. So it will give you the teeth that you need if we have an ordinance that gives substantial restrictions, such as a propagation map is not necessarily demonstrating that there's actually a gap. The county can require 6 months of dropped calls to demonstrate that there's actually a gap. And that needs to be codified in your county ordinance, ideally. But you can have the more teeth in being able to deny this because we don't have evidence that there's actually a need based on all the responses that you've heard and the community that has come out in opposition to this. And so it is possible to restrict it so that, again, as she mentioned, they don't need to be in such close proximity to homes. And this would be respectful and in service to your community by having those restrictions. So I ask you to, I appreciate all the comments that you've made about can we pursue the appeal? Can we deny this application and pursue the appeal on Camino Linda? That's my request and my recommendation, and I give you my gratitude for your careful and thoughtful questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buckley?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ron Buckley. I prepared a statement, but I'm going to deviate it from somewhat because some information has come up since in this meeting. This is to me as government at its best. You get to hear from all the people, including citizens. I've been in Santa Barbara since 1971. I live in the city of Santa Barbara. Katie and I are married for 3 years now, and she was part of this group that was trying to get the city of Santa Barbara to improve their telecommunication ordinance. And I joined that group, and we were very successful at that. I also, because I was part of that group at the time, I came out to the site visit and walked around. And as I recall, and I was talking to the Verizon rep, I talked to planning rep, one of the things out there was this grove of trees, eucalyptus trees, and I asked the Verizon rep, it was a perfect spot, way across, shouldn't interfere, and his point was, the trees are so dense they interfere with the signals. And I'm going like, that's interesting. If the trees block signals or block the energy, what does that energy do to people? And I know you can't go into health issues and environmental issues, but in the back of your mind, I'd like you to consider, how does this affect the trees, the people who live there, the dwellings, especially the children? Children's brains are being developed. Their skulls are much thinner than anyone in this room. And I would like you to, in the back of your mind, consider the health effects, even though you can't make your decision on that. My other point is that the alternative analysis to me is fallacious. I know you went to a lot of work doing it, and to me, what you do is you put a dot on a map and say, we want this tower. And then you go with a radius around it and say, these are alternative sites. And to me, you're cherry picking. You're not saying there's 50 sites, and I bet there are. They pick 14. And then they pick reasons for not allowing them. Some of those reasons are put up by Verizon, not the planning people, not an independent organization. And obviously from what you've heard this morning, many of these sites are really possible sites. And my point is, this energy, these cell towers don't go in feet, they go in miles. Why not expand the radius of that analysis and add more sites that would fit and not be in somebody's bedroom? My last point is that the county ordinance, in our opinion, my opinion, is weak. It was weakened several years ago by reasons that some of you may know, and I will not speculate on. But I recommend that you get a copy of the City of Santa Barbara ordinance, review it and compare it to your ordinance, and see where it could be improved. There are a lot of things. We worked really hard. We worked with an attorney, Mr. Campanelli, who's an expert in this field. Your hands are not really tied. You can add things to this ordinance that add teeth to it, and I highly recommend you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have someone who wants to speak?
Mr. Chair, we have two speakers online. The first speaker will be Leslie Weinstock, to be followed by Sharon Rose.
Recall that you have 3 minutes apiece. Ms. Weinstock, do you want to go first?
Yes. Can you hear me or see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you very well.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I strongly agree with Katie, Mickey, and Ron Buckley. My name is Leslie Weinstock. I'm a physician assistant. The impacted community and the Architectural Review Board denied this proposed facility, and you should also. Here's why. Verizon has not proved a lack of cell phone coverage, nor done an environmental assessment. They don't compensate for lowered property values, monitor radiation, or prevent fire risk. It was mentioned several times that Verizon would meet the FCC requirements. However, if the radiation is not monitored, how could they meet FCC requirements that have a cap on the radiation limits? And the radiation should be monitored by an independent engineer, not by the industry. They are not insured. There is no oversight of installations by licensed electricians or engineers. Wireless facilities should not be installed adjacent to homes. Per FCC Title 1 and 2, cell towers are for phone calls only, not for broadband, which is internet. Macro towers distant from residential zones are best. Macro towers cover a few miles up to entire towns, and that is the best practices for our cell phones. Wired internet should be affordable and accessible to all. It's faster, more secure, safer, has less fire risk, and is far less polluting. Cell towers have a huge carbon footprint. Lloyd's of London and all insurers have excluded all radio frequency radiation related illness. Ask Verizon for proof of insurance. The truth is they are uninsurable. People with health risks, especially children, elderly, and pregnant women, will be harmed by 24/7 radiation exposure. Are you and the county willing to take responsibility for lawsuits? Please do not be satisfied with Verizon's alternative analysis, lack of evidence, false statements, and lack of collaboration to select a better location that will meet everyone's needs. The Board of Supervisors, as Ron said, is 4 years overdue to restore the wireless protections that we had before December 2019. We had a really good ordinance before December 2019. In the meantime, it's your job to protect us from the irresponsible placement of cell towers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Weinstock. And Ms. Rose, are you ready? Go ahead, Ms. Rose. You can hear us and you're on mute. Unmute.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Rose. I've worked in the media, public health, and water sectors. I'm speaking for myself today. I appreciate your careful attention and time on this matter. I oppose the cell tower at 6897 Trigo, which received a CEQA exemption. However, potential cumulative and significant impacts from future additional towers could require environmental review. In the 53 years since CEQA passed, new technologies like wireless, broadband, cellular, and microwave have flooded the built environment. In the 60s, Los Angeles residents could see and smell smog. Air standards were then developed. Monitoring was mandated. Today's emissions from telecom are invisible. Unmonitored towers should not be near living spaces. While the project complies with FCC regs, it should be noted that those standards are old and don't address the boom of telecom structures. Please consider cumulative effects of future added towers. There's no proven need for added towers. It would help the community and the county to develop standards which the community has been asking for. Although UCSB students and businesses want more capacity for studies, work, and video games, increased electricity use by cell towers poses fire risk. City of Goleta just issued a report on drought impacts that create from thousands of dead trees in the Monarch Butterfly Grove adjacent to IV. Fire risk to public infrastructure is also a concern when you think about the electric grid, water, and sewer facilities nearby, schools and roads that are all a concern. Insurance, monitoring, and updated regulation are needed. I'm asking you to please postpone approval of this project until the above issues are addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Now we'll go to the stage. Well, that's right, we have a rebuttal. Rebuttal first by you, Ms. Knight. Do you have any? I hope you can keep it short.
I'd actually like to reserve my time if it's appropriate for as you're discussing this. For example, it sounds like we had some questions about gap in coverage. If you'd like more information, our radio frequency engineer is available and we could go into more detail. Is that appropriate now, or would you like to?
Your turn is now.
Now, okay, so
it's not after I close the hearing.
Okay, sounds good.
If somebody has a question of you, they can ask that.
I thought I'd go ahead and speak to it anyway.
You need to speak to it, you need to speak to now.
Okay, Willow, could you please bring up the propagation maps, please? And if you, Dwayne Bonham will be raising his hand to speak. So, is he there? Dwayne Bonham?
Yeah.
There we go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, so I have Dwayne Bonham, Verizon radio frequency engineer, that can speak to the maps and what a little bit more of the detail.
Yeah, a little bit about coverage gaps. One of the issues we have, our spectrum is made up of many different segments, and we have what was used historically, which is very low frequency, 700 and 800 megahertz, a very small chunk of spectrum that does a very good job of reaching out a long ways. And that speaks to the fact that they are not seeing drop calls there. I would completely agree with that. Our analysis shows that you would not have drop calls in this particular area because they're currently covered by those low frequency servers. The issue is the farther those low frequency servers reach out, the less capacity that they can carry. So what you will have is, while you show bars, you will not drop calls. You do not have a sufficient amount of service to allow customers onto the network or to provide the data that is necessary for many of the applications that are now used. And something to remember is that voice service, text messaging are part of a data stream. They are data, internet data, just like Facebook, just like conference call application, anything else. In order to provide the high level of capacity needed to serve a very dense area such as Isla Vista, we need mid-band frequencies where we have a lot bigger pipes to carry data. And those mid-band frequencies do not reach out as far. So our gap there is really the fact that we cannot provide the capacity that's necessary in Western Goleta. This doesn't really have anything to do with the campus. As somebody had mentioned, these radio signals do not do an effective job of going through trees well, and we have a canopy of trees there that are going to mostly prevent it from serving the campus housing further west of West Isla Vista. So the site is primarily designed to serve the dense housing in the western portion of Isla Vista at mid-band frequencies. So our gap is really to keep from getting to a point where service will break down and customers will not be able to get on the network. Okay, speaks a little bit to the gap and what the gap is. It's not well shown by drop calls anymore. That once upon a time, 20 years ago, that was a very effective way of showing where we had gaps in coverage. Many of the gaps now are capacity related, and drop calls are not effective at showing that. One other thing I'd like to mention is fire has came up a lot, fire hazard. Radio signals at these low levels are not capable of generating enough heat in order to produce fire. So I'm really not sure where that is coming from. We had no problems. You know, we could put a tower within a grove of trees, and it's not going to set the trees on fire. It's not at sufficient signals that it's going to damage or levels that's going to damage trees in any way, let alone cause a fire. So I hope that answers a couple of the questions that came up. If there's any further questions, I'd be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any questions before I continue? Just wanted to
Go ahead, because
I wanted to touch on two quick things. One of them was
you chose to have your engineer speak, and he took 4 minutes of your 5.
Okay, I've got one. I'll make it quick. Is consistency with all the ordinance requirements and CEQA review. We've gone through quite a few layers of review, and staff, I think, can support this, that we are consistent with everything that's in place right now. Ordinance revisions, of course, could come along in the future that could change that, but this project is the existing structure with no height increase, not a replacement pole, And so it's of all the projects that are even the alternatives, this is the project that complies with all of those. And so I am available for questions if you have them.
Any questions of anyone? Mr. Reed.
Hello, I just have one question. Will this device, because we've heard discussions about data, texting, as well as voice service, will this device improve service for both data and voice?
Yes, correct.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, let's go to rebuttal from the appellants in the other appeal. And that would be you, Ms. Erickson. You ready?
Hi. Yes, and
Try to hold it to 5 minutes.
okay, I think the RF engineer, like, surprisingly helped prove a lot of what we were saying, that there aren't dropped calls, and so there isn't a gap in service, and if there is no fire hazard, I think Trisha told me that, then why can't they put it on the eucalyptus pole? And I'm really shocked to hear that UCSB faculty housing isn't going to be served by this, because in that site tour, and that was what we were told, was that they were the ones that they were trying to get the service over to them. I'm gonna let my father speak, so I'm gonna pass this over to you, Dad, and let you get up here and say what you'd like to say.
Hello, planning commissioners. I really want to tell you I appreciate all the effort for the last 4.5 years to mitigate and come up with the best answer and solution for this problem. I mean, this is democracy in force. I want to ask you this question after listening to the engineer speak, that why there are maybe 6 major telecom industries that are going to want phone connections and internet connections in here. So far, we got 3 poles that are into town, so that's 3 of them, that's half. But where are the next 3 going to go? And if we're not serving UCSB with this, then where are the poles for UCSB going to go? And so my idea is, can the pole be over by the Isla Vista Park District? I think it's pole 11, which sits back, isn't near the park, is in its own spot. If they're worried about the trees, UCSB can trim their trees. If UCSB's got coverage problems, all they'd have to do is trim back the eucalyptus trees and allow the coverage to go through. If it will penetrate and not cause fires in trees, then why is the pole adjacent to the eucalyptus trees not acceptable? Could you trim around that pole, and so there would be, good park coverage? I am worried about the fact that this high impact internet as well as phone service is what they're trying to do for Isla Vista. If that's the case, then they should be putting poles up higher, up over all the buildings, because the inner buildings obviously interfere if the trees interfere. And so we're talking towers, and 44-foot towers, that's the height of the pole, but that's not where the repeater gets put. If you look at the picture that you guys have created with the site on the pole at 6897, it shows the emitter actually facing towards my house. It's not facing towards the street or Prigo Road. It's facing directly towards my house. So it's not any distance that you could tape measure off from that pole to my house isn't accurate, because the emitter is going to be in the direction of my bedroom window. I do believe if nothing else happens, that emitter needs to go towards the street or towards Trigo Road, and not directly in front of my house. I do believe this is a test case for maybe the next 3 telecom companies that are going to come in here and try and do the same thing. It looks to me like you have an overview problem, and that getting some jargon in your language, ordinances that like Santa Barbara has, that can give you a bigger picture and a chance to plan, as I believe was mentioned before, that you could get a better overview, and that the placement of the poles could not even necessarily have to be at the end of Camino Mallorca, which is, if you look down that street, an access to the ocean. The children from the Isla Vista School walk that Kids Trail Park right down underneath the ravine and up along the side of the street there. and walk down the street to go to the beach, to access the beach. I would just respectfully submit to you that alternative locations after 4.5 years seem to have dwindled down and not expanded. So maybe we should have looked at more instead of, I mean, you think 14 is too much. Would any of you personally accept 14 other locations, or would you care for more if it was going to be outside of your bedroom window, within sight of where you look out? Would you not want more places considered and more options available? Thank you very much for giving me your time and for going so long on this. I realize that it's tiring for everyone on this subject. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Erickson. Now it's the time in which first we'll have staff add anything that they feel they need to add, and then we'll have questions of staff from commissioners if they have questions.
Chair Park, I just had a few clarifications for some Article 2 sections that were brought up. And first, the diameter of the antenna is 14.6 inches, not 14 feet. That was a typo. The reference to facade-mounted antennas, or the antennas protruding more than 2 feet horizontally, was for facade-mounted antennas, which does not apply to this location. And the size requirement for it to be not more than 1 cubic foot in volume, it's actually 3 cubic feet in volume, which it meets. It's 2.3.
Okay. Questions of staff? Anyone? I have one more from Ms. Kim. Okay. In the general case of projects, we get a case filed and it gets scheduled for hearing, goes through the process. And then sometimes the law changes before we hear it. Are we considering the law in effect at the time it was filed, started the project, or are we looking at the law in effect literally at the time we hear it? Because we seem to have had a change here in this case.
Through the chair, commissioners, when you are doing a de novo hearing and considering something without regard to prior decisions, then you would be applying the law as it exists today.
Okay, thanks. Well, let's move on to deliberations. I have an idea on deliberations. We will start with you, Commissioner Bradley, but first,
Can we take a break?
we're going to
I
be,
know we're really close to lunch, but I am not going to concentrate well during deliberations or any motion making unless I have 5 minutes right now.
okay, well, we have 16 minutes before we break for lunch.
Okay, all right, that's right, we're going early. Never mind.
Okay. Procedurally, we don't want to get confused here, because if you decide to say, I'm going to vote no on both appeals, that's illogical. Okay, that's saying no to the appeal by Verizon, and therefore SBAR's refusal to consider the site would be granted. And then if you voted no on the appeal against the development plan, you'd be saying, I want the Verizon site. You can look at that vice versa. I think for just purposes of us stating our preferences and deliberations, just say, I'm for the Trigo poll or I'm against the Trigo poll. And then once that's kind of clearly established what the mood of the commission is, we'll have the appropriate motions on each appeal. So can we start with you, Commissioner Riley? You're for the poll or against the poll? Or something else?
So
are
we trying to do one motion for the SBAR action and a separate one for the development plan?
We will need to do that, but I'm just suggesting conceptually, if you say, yes, you want the poll, that's essentially granting the appeal from the SBAR decision, and it's saying no to the appeal of the development plan.
Okay, I found it. I'm actually in favor of the poll as proposed by Verizon at the Trigo. So I'm a yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on deliberations? Looks like no. Then I'm going
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Reed had wanted to talk.
Oh, I didn't see her. All right, go ahead, please.
I would venture to say that I would be in favor of the Trigo poll.
Okay. And Mr. Martinez or Mr. Cooney, do you want to express any preferences in deliberations?
Mr. Chair, I will just indicate that while this is one piece of it, I'm opposed to the Trigo poll. And I think that Ms. Knight clarified that there is an appeal that they could file or has filed that they're holding in reserve for the poll on Camino Lindo. But regardless of that, I'm opposed to the current application.
Okay, and Commissioner Martinez, did you want to pipe up or wait for motions?
I'll just wait.
Okay.
Wait for the motions.
All right. I will state my preference, and that is no to the Trigo poll. I'm disappointed that we've taken 3 years and we've circled back to the exact same point. I think we can do better. And I do want to see these things happen faster, but that's also Verizon's responsibility as well. And I feel that we've either through some bizarre case of serendipity or maybe some manipulation, we've wound up right back at the same spot. And that disappoints me. And I want to see SBAR walk the streets and pick a site, and I want to see the Camino Lindo appeal get heard and explored before I would ever approve the Trigo one. I do join with, I think it was Ms. Erickson said that, in balancing these different alternatives, that frankly, Trigo is one of the least attractive alternatives, if not the least attractive. So I would vote no to the poll. Now, do you feel, Commissioner Briley, you've had enough guidance from your commission to make a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
So this is a very complicated case because there's a lot of information, and I think everyone's done a very good job of absorbing it, and particularly, again, staff, thank you for laying it out for us clearly. I see it differently from Chairman Park. I think this was a very healthy and robust analysis that the process birthed. Verizon came in with a proposal. People didn't like it. They looked at alternatives. They went to SBAR several times. Everybody hand to hand in it. And several people today talked about how this was a wonderful demonstration of good government, and I think it was. The issues that we've heard about that are most concerning, and we hear them with all cell towers, are our health and radio frequency, and that is not in our purview, capital letters, repeat it, repeat it. We heard it from county council. We hear it on other cases. So as much as I am, I really applaud Ms. Erickson and her father, and I understand why they're fighting it. When I read all the emails, when I went through all of the information in the record, there were a lot of people that were opposed to cases, locations on Fortuna. We heard from staff that there were 8 people that wrote in and several at the hearing against Camino Lindo. So this is what we call a LULU, a locally undesirable land use. It is an acronym by planners, and it really captures it. All of that said, I believe that Verizon went above and beyond their alternative analysis. I mean, to look at 14 sites and spend so many years and extend the shot clock 6 times, I don't think that Verizon had any negligent action in this whatsoever. If they are proposing something that is going to give their company the coverage that they're seeking, I have to respect that, especially because I can't consider the radio frequency concerns that we've heard repeatedly by the neighbors. I'm sorry about that, but that's the law. The second thing I want to say in making my motion is I appreciate everyone's adoration of the City of Santa Barbara's ordinance. That's great. I wish you would be here a few more times and understand the number of things that this commission has asked our staff to do in ordinance amendments that are still on the work program from about 10 years ago. So I'm happy to throw that on the work program, and we'll see how fast it moves. But right now, we don't have that ordinance. So to hold us to that beautiful star in the City of Santa Barbara, I also think is unfair. We've got codes, we've got laws, we've got policies, and that's what we have to go by. So with that, I would move to support staff's recommendation, putting the SBAR appeal first by saying, approve the appeal of 23, deny the, let me get it straight. The SBAR appeal is 24? It's reverse. Okay, so the order would be, and this is just for the recording purposes, approve the appeal, case number 23 APL 0026, thereby reversing the decision of the South Board of Architectural Review to deny case 819 BAR 5000000222. And second bullet, to deny the appeal, case number 23 APL 00024, thereby affirming the director's decision to approve the project, case number 22 DVP 0000023 and 22 CDP 5000146. Third bullet, to make the required findings for approval of the project. Case number 22 DVP 5000023, 22 CDP 5000146, and 19 BAR 5000222 to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15303 and grant de novo approval of the project. Case numbers as cited above, subject to conditions of approval in attachment B of today's staff report.
Okay, and that's essentially a motion to adopt the staff's recommended actions. You know, it's maybe stated in a little bit different order, but that's what it is. It's to approve the poll. And so let's just make sure we all understand that. And given that we all do, will someone second the motion?
I'll second.
Second the motion, okay. And does anyone feel the need to speak again in deliberations now that we've heard the actual motion? No? Then let's do a roll call vote here because I think we have some indication that this won't be a unanimous decision.
Commissioner Cooney,
No.
Commissioner Bradley,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
and Chair Park.
No. So the motion's carried,
3-2.
and we have no further action on this matter today. Is that right? Okay. And I don't see anybody in the room that's here on items 2 and 3. Is that correct? Is there anybody-
He's been around.
Is he on one of those?
Ambrose was around.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Let's see. He's the applicant's representative on number 3, right?
Number 2.
Number 2. Mr. Ambrose, can you step in for a moment? We've got 6 minutes until we break for lunch, and we could read this into the record and have you state whatever you need to state so you don't need to come back, or would you like to be here for the whole hearing? Okay, and then you'll decide whether you want to come back this afternoon, because I don't think we'll be able to resolve your matter in the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, is it, and that's different staff, correct? It's you as well. How long will your staff report take on this? Like under 5 minutes? Okay, let's read into the record and get the staff report done. What's that? Make it quick.
Chair Park, and maybe ex parte disclosures as well before.
Oh, yes. Who has ex parte disclosures on item number 2? Well, let's read into the record first, and then we'll do it.
The following is a hearing on a request of AT&T applicant to consider case number 22 CUP 19 and 22 CDP 99 and determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15303.
Okay, do we have site visits or ex parte disclosures to make on item number 2? Looks like no. And let's hear your staff report. Ms. Brown.
Good morning, Commissioners. I will be presenting the AT&T new Tier 4A telecommunications facility project. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The parcel is highlighted in red. The project is located at 4990 Foothill Road in the Carpinteria area for Supervisorial District. The property is surrounded by agriculturally zoned lots and Carpinteria High School. Here's a site plan of the proposed project. The facility is proposed to be located approximately 1,600 feet from Foothill Road, 132 feet from the nearest side property line, and 1,000 feet from the rear property line. The project consists of a new 74-foot tall mono-eucalyptus telecommunications facility, outdoor cabinets, and a 20-kilowatt backup generator. The facility will be fenced by a 7-foot 4-inch fence enclosure. These are elevations of the proposed facility showing the proposed mono-eucalyptus and fence enclosure. These are photo simulations showing the proposed facility from Foothill Road. The photo on the left is the view from Foothill Road, and the photo on the right is the same view zoomed in. As stated previously, the facility is proposed to be located approximately 1,600 feet from Foothill Road. These are simulations showing the proposed facility from the Carpinteria High School track. Similarly, the photo on the left is the view from the track, and the photo on the right is the same photo zoomed in. The proposed facility is consistent with all policies in the Coastal Land Use Plan and all ordinance standards in Article 2. The proposed project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 15303. Staff recommends your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. Staff is available for any questions.
That was very succinct. Thank you. So does anyone have questions? You hungry people?
I do.
You do? Okay, go ahead.
On your photo simulation, can you scroll where it is? I looked at that online. I brought it up on my computer. Where is the eucalyptus monopole in this photo? Can you scroll it?
Yeah, can you see the mouse? It's here and then here on this one. And then on here, it's back here.
Yeah, okay.
There.
It's oddly regular for eucalyptus. Okay, thank you.
There you go. Okay, any other questions? So next we'd have, it'd be the applicant, right? Mr. Ambrose, you got something you want to say in 2 minutes, or do you want to start when you come back? You can do it in 2 minutes. All right, be a hero.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Ambrose. I'm here on behalf of AT&T. I actually don't have anything to add to staff's presentation, just here to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Well then, let's
Mr. Chair, hold on. We do have someone on Zoom. I just want to make sure. Ms. Weinstock, if you would like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand. Not seeing a hand raised.
Okay, I think we have the potential to resolve this before we leave. And does anyone have questions of staff? You shouldn't. You just heard their presentation a minute ago. Okay, we'll close the public hearing, move into deliberations. It's your district, Commissioner Cooney. How would you like to start?
I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the requested action. This staff report by Ms. Brown makes clear, I think, a lot of the issues that we should be concerned about. And I believe, at least to my observation, both on the ground over a period of time and the situation in the previous case, the applicant has been careful to avoid controversial sites that are alternatives. This site selected is on the other side, that is the eastern side of the row of greenhouses that stretches up beginning down at the bottom. Foothill, and given all of the restrictions under which we can make decisions, I believe that this is a decision we should support.
Very good. Do any of the other commissioners have anything they want to state in deliberations before Mr. Cooney makes his motion? Mr. Cooney, why don't you go ahead with your motion?
Thank you. I will make the motion to adopt the required findings for approval of the project in case numbers 22 CUP 19 and 22 CDP 99. Determine the projects exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303 and approve the project case numbers 22 CUP 19, 22 CDP 99, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B in the staff report.
And do I hear a second?
I'll provide a
Second.
second.
Good,
Ms.
good.
Martinez?
And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion's carried. Mr. Ambrose, you should still charge your per diem. But, okay, and Ms. Brown, you can see with the vagaries of the Planning Commission, some projects take 3 years and take 5 minutes. And there you go. You can average the two. And we look good, right?
Mr. Chair, did you want to hazard a guess as when we should we return for lunch?
I think that we should come back at 1:30.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome back to our afternoon session of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for December 6, 2023. And we dealt with item number 2 with admirable dispatch. Let's see what we can do with item number 3. Can you read it into the record, Mr. Villalobos? Like all over again? Okay, here we are, back here in Santa Barbara, at the Planning Commission hearing for December 6, 2023, and we're going to address item number 3 next. You've had 2 hours to prepare to read it into the record, so let's see what you can do.
Why, thank you. I'll do my best. The following is a hearing on the request of Haven X LLC applicant to consider case number 21 CUP 37 and the State CEQA Guidelines Section 15168C4 checklist for commercial cannabis land use entitlement and licensing applications.
Do we have any ex-parte contacts or site visits to disclose? Commissioner Bridley.
I had a conversation with David Swank 2 days ago.
Anybody else? Well, that must be what David Swank was trying to call me about. Oh,
Yeah, I did get a call from Mr. Swank, I believe, and we spoke on Monday or Tuesday, but it was very short,
there you go.
asking if I had any questions regarding the
Okay.
application.
Oh, and Mr. Reed.
I had a brief telephone call from Mr. Swank on the 1st of December. It was mainly just an introduction.
And I kind of sort of had a site visit because I drive by there all the time. And I looked on Google Earth to make sure I knew exactly where it was. So we'll count that as a site visit. Okay, staff report.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the Haven Cannabis Retail Project. Here's a vicinity map to orient you to the project site. As you can see in this aerial image, the vacant property is located near the southeast corner of the intersection of Bell Street, Highway 135, and Helena Street in Los Alamos. There's a vacant lot to the east, residential units to the south, a restaurant to the west, and commercial development along Bell Street to the north. For those of you who aren't familiar with the background on retail cannabis in the county, the number of licenses were limited to 1 in each of the 6 community plan areas in accordance with the licensing of cannabis operations in the County Ordinance, Chapter 50. These community plan areas included Los Alamos, Toro Canyon / Summerlin, Eastern Goleta Valley, Isla Vista / Goleta, Orcutt, and Santa Ynez. Applicants for retail licenses were selected through a merit-based process in which proposed retail operations were ranked. This process and the accompanying documentation can be found on the county's CEO's Cannabis Regulation and Licensing Division web pages. Haven was selected as the highest ranking applicant and invited to start the process to obtain a land use entitlement. As shown on the site plan in the next slide, you will see that the project includes 3,060 square feet of cannabis retail dispensary within a yet-to-be-constructed 3,139 square foot commercial building, which was approved on October 11th, 2023, under case number 23 LUP 222. The operation will be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, and there will be up to 4 employees on site during any given shift. The security plan includes a 24-hour surveillance system with limited access areas and a customer check-in. Bicycle parking will be provided on site, and a trash enclosure at the rear will be accessed from Bell Street by a pedestrian walkway along the eastern side of the building. All automobile parking will be on street. Per the Land Use Development Code, no on-site parking is required for non-residential development in the community mixed-use Los Alamos Zone District. The approved commercial building floor plan is shown here with Bell Street and sidewalk entrance into the building from the north, the office and reception at the front of the building, the retail floor near the rear or south of the building, And as mentioned in the previous slide, a permeable walkway located within an easement on the adjacent parcel for access to the trash enclosure and bicycle racks at the rear of the building. Sorry, I had a little bit of animation there to go through. I can back it up if you guys want me to do that. I forgot I had that. The existing vacant site is shown here on Google Street View, looking southeast or south from Bell Street / Highway 135, with adjacent restaurant to the right at the southeast corner of Helena and Bell Streets. Here's a rendering of the building, which was approved under case number 23 LUP-222. The North County Board of Architectural Review granted final design approval of the building on September 22nd, 2023. The building was designed to comply with the Los Alamos Bell Street design guidelines by incorporating a forecourt on the Bell Street frontage as allowed in the community mixed-use Los Alamos zone district. The facade will be articulated near the street frontage line with a proportion set back from the street frontage. The proposed project is consistent with a comprehensive plan, including the Los Alamos Community Plan, which covers policies related to adequate services, visual resource protection, and traffic circulation and parking. The applicant obtained a commitment letter for water and sewer service from the Los Alamos Community Services District, and the proposed use was reviewed by the Public Works Department, the Fire Department, and Environmental Health Services. The proposed project is a commercial cannabis retail use under a conditional use permit, and the use is consistent with all applicable commercial and community mixed-use Los Alamos Zone District standards and cannabis retail regulations set forth in the Land Use Development Code. A complete discussion of these standards and policies and project consistency analysis can be found in sections 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report. There will be no processing and no odors will be produced. No odor abatement plan is required for cannabis retail. No consumption of cannabis projects will be allowed on site. The proposed cannabis retail use was found to be within the scope of the program EIR. A checklist was prepared and included as attachment C to the staff report. No additional environmental review is required. In summary, staff recommends your commission take the following actions. Make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings. Determine no subsequent EIR or MND shall be prepared for the project, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as attachment B. That concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions the commission might have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of staff? Looks like no.
No, I do have one.
Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. On your staff report on page 5, the second paragraph, you said at full operation, the project would have 17 employees, full and part-time, but I think your slide said 4. So can you help clarify that?
Sure, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. We did clarify that with the applicant and the agent. Originally, they had submitted as 17 would be a total number, but they will be working in shifts, and typically for one day they won't all be there. The entire workforce of 17. So that was something that we realized when we started looking at the number and thought, well, will actually 17 people be on site in any one day? And that's not in fact the case. It would be more like up to 4.
Okay. I didn't hear you say that in your presentation. I just was reading it. Okay, that was my only question. Sorry. Refreshed after that lunch. Oh my gosh. I am confused. I just need to be educated. The community mixed use Los Alamos, and I know it's in other areas, apparently it's a no auto zone, PED only, delightful mixed use concept, and planners just love this stuff. So it concerns me when there's something like this where there's no parking, especially if it's in a place that could get busier. And I know Bell Street is becoming more and more popular. So is there any other off-site parking available for businesses on Bell Street if something happens that, like, on the case we saw in Santa Claus Lane, which I don't think has this designation, there was a lot of concern about parking being saturated on the street. So is that a backdrop?
Yeah, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. Thanks for your question. There aren't any designated parking areas in Los Alamos, but there's plenty of parking just on the streets off of Bell. So that's the intent of the CMLA zone, and that's where parking would be for this project.
Okay.
What's the CLME zone again? What's it stand for?
The CMLA zone is the zone that this project is in, and it's the mixed-use Los Alamos zone.
Was it commercial, CM for commercial mixed?
I think the commercial, yeah, mixed use. Community, sorry.
Community mixed.
Thanks, Steve.
So you've got CM in Toro Canyon and Summerlin in various areas, right? Okay.
And I might add, I believe it was the Los Alamos Community Plan shows, I don't think they went so far as a parking study, but they showed typically cross streets as diagonal parking, even though it's not marked.
Okay.
They came up with sort of a capacity, sort of a back of the napkin sort of.
So people discover it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Connor, do you know offhand of the 6 sites that won the beauty contest for the county, how many have actually been built?
Commissioner Park, I might defer to Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Park, Chair Park. I believe that the 2 pharmacy sites are the only ones that are operating right now. The others have been approved, but are working on construction and finalizing their building permits. The pharmacy locations are in the Isla Vista area and in Santa Barbara, so on Madera Street and Pardal. I'm sorry, Santa Ynez. Madera Street and Santa Ynez and Pardal in Isla Vista.
The others have not been built yet.
They're not operating yet.
It just struck me that there's been inconsistent public involvement in the different sites, and I'm not complaining. It's noticed it. Okay, Commissioner Reed.
I had a few questions. I don't know if it's better to ask them of you or the applicant, but I'll start with you, and if it's a better applicant question, we'll go there. I'm glad you answered or explored the number of employees on site during business hours, because that was, as we discussed, one of my prior questions. Second, the rendering in the presentation, is applicant going to do all that in the front elevation, all that sidewalk, curb, and gutter work all the way out to the pavement? So I think that's a very good thing. Hard to consider what you're going to match, because on one end you have dilapidated sidewalk, then you have asphalt, then I patronize the area, you go to Bob's and it's dirt. So I think it's quite a nice upgrade to the community to have a real sidewalk. There's that one. Another question, I know the parking issue will come up from time to time. So I just had if you could let me know, average customer visit to one of your stores, how long does that last? Are they there 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour? About 10 minutes? Okay, that's good. Because I would just, in my mind, having a business where customers patronize it for 10 minutes is significantly different than a restaurant where they're going to be parked there for an hour. That would help alleviate some difficulty. So with that, I will relinquish my mic. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let's, applicant, do you have a presentation? How long do you need to take, Mr. Swank? You got plenty of time, so you don't. Is
that good? Oh, there we go.
In our
Used to the ting.
will you be the only person speaking for the applicant?
Chair Park, yes. unless you have questions of the applicant. Okay, good afternoon, members of the commission. David Swank with Urban Planning Concepts, here representing the Haven Retail Cannabis Project. I also have, we're here with me with Haven, John Hernandez, in case you have any questions about their operations. Just real quick on some of the questions to Commissioner Reed. Yes, those frontage improvements are all part of the plan. And actually yesterday we received our encroachment permit from Caltrans to do that work. So we're really far along the ball. Next slide, please. As Mr. Conner had mentioned, there's been a long process in selecting the cannabis retail sites without going into detail because Mr. Conner did that. It has been a long process. There was a full discretionary process that had gone through in terms of being able to select the sites. And Haven had scored ranked number 1 in this area, and they were given the invitation to submit the formal application through the CEO's office down to Planning and Development. So we've gotten a lot of support from the board and from the CEO's office for this application to be submitted. Next slide, please. Haven, as a background, this is someone that's not new to this industry. This company has 44 years of retail cannabis experience. They currently have 9 stores. I believe also they're building several more stores. So they're really experienced in this operation. They actually operate in 2 different states. They also have 2 distribution centers and 1 cultivation facility, and they're very proud that in all the jurisdictions they're in, they have maintained a 100% compliance rate with all the different jurisdictions they've been involved in, and they're very proud of that. Another thing that's unique about Haven is they're very involved in their community. So they do believe in investing in the community, supporting the different programs, and in Los Alamos, they would be doing the same. Next slide, please. This is kind of a different site because we already have a building that's already been in process. Normally we do a conditional use permit and then we go to the buildings. But on this site, there was actually an approved 7,351 square foot, 2-story mixed use commercial building from a previous applicant. We had all the permits. It was a land use permit process that we had all the permits, grading, land use, building permits, encroachment permits, and the applicant, instead of building it, wanted to sell the property. So it did sit a long time because that was going through the COVID years and nobody was buying anything, but Haven came along and actually negotiated to purchase the property, and they also purchased with that property also the permits. But there was some, as we've been at it for a little while, but there was some serious site planning issues because it was a rather large building on that site. So we did have site planning issues that occurred on how the building is going to be in proximity to neighbors and some different aspects of it. So talking with the staff, there was a decision to re-engineer this so that it really specifically helps the Haven operation itself. The next slide, please. So what we did is taking that, the decision was made to do a new land use permit, new building permits, and the building was much more scaled down than the original building. So we're a little over 3,100 square feet. And the other one, because it was large, had multiple tenants, office space and everything, which is really not conducive for the operation that they want to do. They wanted this building to really accentuate the cannabis retail operation they wanted to do. So we've gone through that process. We do have the land use permit for the building. We received the encroachment permit yesterday. Grading is actually being routed for signatures. That's been approved. We're just waiting for the building permit to finish being processed. So we're well along. So, and the question of how many has been built, we know this one's going to be built, assuming that this commission would approve this use, because we're well along in that process. As we mentioned, the parking is on Bell Street. We don't do access to Wade Street. And also in terms of the products that they do, everything is prepackaged, so we don't have any of the odor abatement problems. And that's an example of a few of the uses, a few of the goods that they actually sell on the property. If you want any more information and details on their actual use, Mr. Hernandez can be happy to come forth and talk to you about their operation. Next slide. We already noticed Steve did a good job of doing the layout. It's a very open layout. It's very aesthetically pleasing on how they work this. And again, they have a lot of experience with a lot of stores, and they really know how to make these things very efficient in terms of the use. And the next slide. And then again, here again are the renderings from different areas. The NBAR did approve the architectural design. We do have final NBAR approval because we wanted to make sure that the building matched the aesthetic that Los Alamos is trying to do with the semi-rural aesthetic. So we were complimented by the NBAR at the final hearing on this architectural design. Next slide. And then again, there's just, again, Steve had shown pictures. It's basically just a overgrown vacant lot that we're really looking forward to beautifying, hopefully, at the end of this year. And if we can go to the next slide. And then we can go to the next one after because we saw the pictures of that. So really what we would like to do in conclusion is that we do recognize that this was selected by the county through that competitive process. And the project does, as staff had mentioned, we do have a staff recommendation of approval. It complies with all the applicable policies and development standards. We're consistent with the general plan, the Los Alamos Community Plan, the Land Use Development Code provisions, and also consistent with the cannabis ordinance provisions. This project, as they had mentioned, is fully mitigated through the Cannabis Ordinance Environmental Review. With staff recommendation approval, we hope that this commission can approve this project today. And we're available for any questions, should you have any.
Does anybody have questions of Mr. Swank? Yes, Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have a couple of questions, mainly related to operations. Okay, you listed, well, first, looking at the store layout, are all the sales going to be conducted from that central island? Or is there going to be anything along the perimeter of the inside?
With operational questions, I think I'll bring Mr. Hernandez because he can tell you actually how the flow is going to occur with that. So, John?
Because from the drawing, it appears to be just from that island.
Good afternoon. To answer your question, yes, that's accurate. All of the transactions take place within that sales counter area.
Okay. I have some questions about your product. Keep in mind, I'm one not well versed in your product, but I have gone into one dispensary far away because I wanted to see what they were like, not one of yours. I thought it was very, very professional, and yeah, so. Now, down to your goods. Edibles, are they THC containing?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Flour, is that hemp flour or THC?
That would be THC flour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like for brownies or?
Right, yeah. So it'd be everything we would sell except like merchandise and apparel would contain THC.
Okay, even your health and wellness products, you have CBDs?
So things like bath bombs, things of that nature, tinctures, various lotions, those would they all contain some level of THC. It may be very small, but they'll all have something in them.
Okay, oh yeah, small, but the health and wellness or the tinctures, do people use them for their mood altering or for some therapeutic effect?
Absolutely. You can use it for mood altering, let's say joint pain, for anxiety, for assistance with sleep, all sorts of things. It depends on the use, and we also service, depending on what the product is, a lot of cancer patients.
Are that used for anti-nausea or appetite stimulation or all of the above?
Absolutely. Actually, it sounds like you are an expert.
I've never been a great fan of cannabis. I was in the medical industry. I watched the medical legalization thing. I wasn't a fan of, nor of the legalization, but as a former supervisor told me at one time, you know, Roy, it's a legal product. Time and our point of view changes. Plus, I see some positive benefits. I haven't really seen many negative, although it's not my time to make a speech. But thank you for your answers. And as we said before, your typical customer visit is of relatively short duration.
Yes, typically 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so okay, thank you for that. And other stores you have in the immediate vicinity, do you have one in Lompoc?
No, we do not. Actually, we have 5 locations in Long Beach. We have a location in Stanton, California. We have a location in Porterville, in the Central Valley. We have a location in San Bernardino. And we had a previous location in Santa Ana, which we'd sold a few years ago. And then we're in the process of actually developing several other locations. We're in the process right now developing one in Fresno, hoping to have a second one up in Fresno at the same time. And we are in the process of putting the final touches on our new location in Oxnard. So Oxnard would technically be our closest location to here.
Okay, well, thank you. I can compliment you on the design of your building.
Thank you.
I think it could certainly be a benchmark for people in Los Alamos looking to upgrade their structures. So
Thank you.
thank you very much. That's all of my questions.
I have questions, and I don't care who answers them. You can both stand up if you want. I also want to compliment the design of the building. Who did design it?
It was Ravat Albrecht Associates.
Okay, because it definitely has a Los Alamos feel to it. I like it. I like that siding, kind of combine it with the cornices and things. It's kind of fun. But I was a little confused. The sidewalk here seems to extend both to the right and the left of the building lot. So you're going to be building sidewalk all along the block, or how's that work?
Chair Park, members of the commission, this is what you're seeing is in front our frontage of our parcel. That's what we'll be doing. There's kind of a vision that eventually the Los Alamos Community Plan will reflect it. Ravat Albrecht, Greg Ravat has done a lot of the buildings in the Los Alamos area, and he kind of reflects that in his design.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the eventual goal is that, I mean, we also dream for angled parking. Maybe one day Caltrans will approve that for the county. But yeah, what you're seeing is like a visionary build out.
Well, so that could somebody go back to that last slide?
Chair Park, we're
There you
going to
go.
show you, I think there's so it's another, are you talking about the red pavers?
No, I'm actually talking about the gray pavers in front.
Sure. This, because it includes, I think the red pavers is what we're calling the permeable sidewalk, right? Like,
That would make sense.
and the gray, yeah.
And it looks very nice too. But so when if we can get back to those renderings, the to the left of the building is sort of a light brown sandy colored area that had the new sidewalk in front of it. Is that part of the parcel?
Put that back up.
There you go.
Chair Park, members of the commission, the parcel actually is located, my thing doesn't show up there. That, where you see the rose colored, that is the parcel. That is part of the pedestrian access way. That's actually located on the parcel next to this, which we understand you also own that parcel too as well, the one that's located directly to the east. So but that's the area where that pedestrian access occurs. The building is pretty much set where there's 0 lot lines.
Yeah.
On the setback, so that would be that pedestrian to go back. What you see in the like the tan color, that's the parcel that's located to the east.
And that's owned by the same owner?
Correct. They own that one too.
And that's why it's going to have this sidewalk upgrade in front of it?
Chair Park, I'm not sure what their plans are for that property, but I know they plan to eventually develop it.
I'm just
and it would
asking a dumb question. Is the sidewalk part of the project or not?
just to the property line.
So the sidewalk, the parcel that I see, it has a nice tree, and it's to the left of the bicycle. That's not part of the project.
Chair Park, no, it's not. It's just showing a visionary.
Okay.
But it may someday when they develop that site.
Okay. Well, I won't compliment that yet because that's not necessarily part of the project.
You'll get another crack at
But
that.
let's go to we had another rendering that was sort of a square-on look of at the property. Can you go to that one? That's not it. There's another one that had a rendering. Keep going. Because there's one that shows a similar building that's on the right. It shows on the left too. Nobody notices these things?
Yeah,
What are you looking at?
those buildings offsite are they were just shown for NBAR because NBAR sometimes asks for neighboring buildings to be shown to show the scale of the neighborhood and other development.
There's one of these renderings that shows the building that's on the right. Okay, it shows the same design on the left. I'm just wondering, what is that doing here?
Maybe it was in their presentation.
There, look at the photo on the left, the rendering on the left. It shows a building that I don't recognize as being there now.
Chair Park, members of the commission, there is no building there. What's going on is they're trying to show a conceptual potential layout of future. I know what the scaling would be on there. Sometimes NBAR asks for these kind of things just to kind of get an idea of scale if there was a full build out along the Bell Street corridor. They did the same thing with us on a project we're doing just to the west, I know the Meyer project. They asked for looking at basic scales of stuff of what'd be a future build out.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to ask you more questions about that building because it's just somebody's dream or gleam or something. Okay. I have no further questions. Anybody else?
Yes.
Riley?
In other dispensaries, and this might be for the owner, where there was, I don't know, like tobacco products or, smokable products, there was there was security functions on check-in and visitor flow sort of controls. So do you have to do that with your product list or, because I see you have a check-in function on your
Correct.
plan. So how does that work?
Correct. Because there's age limitations as to who can and cannot enter one of our dispensaries. When they come in, they actually go through a check-in process. We scan the driver's license to make sure that they're of age. We do a short introduction, kind of introduce them to what their experience is going to be like when they enter into the dispensary. And then at that point, they're allowed into the store. But they have to show proof of age and they must have a valid identification before they can even come inside of the building itself.
So that's required for anything that has THC content, whether it's smokable or a tincture or something. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. That's
You're welcome.
all.
I do have another question, and you're going to think it's facetious, but it's not. So, Mr. Hernandez, do you have experience with the depot across the street?
I do not. Now, I believe we've had a couple of conversations. It wasn't myself personally, but I do believe there's a couple members of my team that have interacted with it. I don't know if, David, you were one of them, but I believe our general contractor, Highcraft Builders Team Seifert, may have.
So, Bell's a wide street, and it doesn't have much lighting. And I think you're going to get a lot of jaywalking back and forth between the depot and your store. And I just wonder if anybody in this room has thought about the safety aspects of that.
Chair Park, members of the commission, when working with Highway 246, of course, we're working with Caltrans.
Right.
And then part of the Caltrans encroachment process, that's part of also in terms of safety of residents, whether crosswalks should go on or whatever else go on there. Caltrans opted not to allow anything on there. So even if we wanted to, it's up to Caltrans to do it. And I know there were some talks about that because you're right, there's going to be increased foot traffic. And we all have seen it in Los Alamos, as I've hit those wineries too, as we're going on there. But that did come up as part of the discussions, and Caltrans, as part of their process, opted not to do anything. Their reasoning is they wanted the least amount to do to 246 as we can. So there were some challenges in encroachment, and you're seeing some of it's a little bit of a lighter touch putting in within their right-of-way, because we actually, in original designs, we had some more ornate materials and stuff in the right-of-way, and they said, don't do it. So that's what you're seeing, kind of what Caltrans allows us to do. So long answer to a short, that they didn't feel the need to do that.
Well, Los Alamos isn't too big with crosswalks across Bell Street, is it?
Chair Park, no, it's not. There's designated areas, and there's one, I believe, down the street a little bit, if I can remember, but on this location. A lot of it is they look at what the traffic volume of that business is, and they just didn't seem the traffic volume of this business was warranted to do that.
Mr. Hernandez, you should some evening when you're up here go across the street and see what the action is there, and you'll have a better idea what I'm talking about. But take somebody large and imposing with you.
I will do that.
You got it. Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, I do have.
We have one more question from Mr. Reed.
I just have one more question I neglected to ask before. Tell me about the construction of your safe.
Oh,
A safe room, a mobile type safe? How is it built?
Now, I'm assuming you're asking about where we actually store the cannabis.
Oh, you have one room on the plan that's designated safe.
Yeah, it's the safe. We also call it a vault,
Yeah.
which is a secured area. It has limited access, so it's limited to a certain number of employees that can even access it, which those are typically your inventory staff that bring products in and out when they receive them. And I know that it was mentioned in the presentation that we receive deliveries 2 times per month, and that's from our own central distribution. So we don't have 90 different vendors showing up at our back door, so you have that frequency of traffic. But like a lot of them, we receive an insurance. We receive a better insurance rate and better coverage if we create it in a safe-like environment. So that means like steel mesh on the walls and the ceiling, and then special doors, and again, key-controlled access.
That was my question. What
Perfect.
construction of the walls on the vault? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, back to public comment. I don't have any speaker slips. Is anybody in the room that wants to make public comment? Okay, we have somebody online.
We have 3 hands raised, but they're panelist list. Mr. Swank, are these members of your team, Mark, Mike, and Joshua? They're not? We don't need them. I'm sorry?
Members of the Haven team.
So they all have, the reason I'm asking is they all have their hand raised. So if they don't need to, I leave it to you that if they're members of your team to, do you want them to speak on the applicant's behalf, or should we just go to the public?
Chair Park, members of the commission, we're fine with just moving on. I think they're here for advocates of the project because they're part of the team to answer any other questions too. But I think everything's been answered.
There you go. Okay. And then, Mr. Swank, you don't feel any need for rebuttal, do you? There's nothing to rebut.
Chair Park, only if it's substantial.
There you go.
And Mr. Chad, just to be clear, we do have 3 people who are on the attendees list. I just want to give them the opportunity if they want to raise their hands.
Okay.
So 2 of them are joining us by phone. If that's you and you're a member of this public and you want to speak on this item, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand or your virtual hand, and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands. Okay.
Okay, so we have no public comment. No need for rebuttal. We'll close the public hearing.
Well, I have one quick question, before we.
Okay, and it's for who?
Well, I'll ask staff, and I think it might include the applicant, though.
Okay, well, we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to questions of the staff. First, ask staff, do you have anything else you wanted to add? Okay, let's go to our questions of staff, and that would start with you, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you. The indication is no cannabis consumption allowed on site. Does that include the perimeter of the site?
Chair Martinez, I'm sorry, Commissioner Martinez through the chair. Do you mean off-site, like off of the premises?
Well, I keep on looking, I'm thinking of the site being the perimeter, the boundary of the building, because it has offsets in there, and I keep on seeing in these renditions, people standing outside to the side and somebody sitting out front of the store. So if that's included on the site where they can have consumption, that answers my question. But that's why I'm asking it.
So there's the seating area out front, you're right, and that's on site. So no consumption of edibles, and no smoking or any consumption like that on site.
Okay, thank you.
And the red umbrellas, that's not the site. Isn't that more? The red umbrellas, that's not the site. It's just more flash for
Correct.
bar, huh? Okay. You're really dressing up Los Alamos here. It's teasing. Okay. Then if we have no further questions of staff, then let's proceed to deliberations. Would you like to start, Mr. Reed, your district?
Yes. In looking at the staff report, the materials provided, I'm very impressed with, both the architecture and all the effort the applicant has made to satisfy all the requirements. I'm also impressed, because I think in my mind, all the findings, necessary findings have been established. And I think I'm reassured. I think people in Los Alamos should be. If you look at the conditions of approval, I think that would assure responsible, safe management of a business in the community. So I really don't have anything else that needs to be satisfied in order to put me in a position to be comfortable with approving it.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to support the project. I like the design, and I'm pleased that you're here with no negative public comment, because we've certainly had that in droves and other projects. I think that means something. I do have a lingering concern about foot traffic across Bell Street. At least you're closing at 10 o'clock. Depot's going to go till 2, and sometimes, well, I shouldn't say that, but and it's there's going to be people walking across that street not in the very best of condition, and it'll be dark. And I just hope we don't have any accidents, but I don't know who to address on that. That's I think you're right, Mr. Swank. It's Caltrans. Okay. Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Reed?
Yes. Yes. And feel free to assist me if I make any errors, since it's my first. But I'd like to make a motion.
We always let Mr. Wilson do that.
Okay, good. Whoever.
We don't want to embarrass you. He will.
All right. No, but I would like to make a motion that we make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of this staff report, including CEQA findings, that we determine that the previously certified PEIR, the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report for Cannabis Use Land Ordinance and Licensing Program, 17 EIR 00003, is adequate, and no subsequent environmental law review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15162 and 15168C2. Attachments C and D, and that we approve the project, case number 21 CUP 00027, subjects to the conditions included as attachment B.
That was pretty good. Who wants to second it?
I'll second it.
Very good. Do we have anyone else in the Planning Commission that wants to speak now that you've heard the motion? I don't see anybody. I see your lights lit, but I don't think you want to speak. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Are there any noes? I don't believe so, so the motion's carried. And we're done with this item? Are we done with today? I noticed we didn't approve any minutes, but I don't think we had any minutes to approve, right?
Correct. They'll be on the next.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.